I just realized I was off. Hello. Hey, are we on? Hey, so welcome to my comic book channel. I decided to do a. I've decided to do an impromptu stream. Just see if anyone wants to show up and talk about comics. This has been a good year for me when it comes to comics because I've gone back into the swing of buying new stuff. My buying habits have changed completely from what I used to do. I'm not 100% off superheroes, but if I'm buying superheroes, it's now reprints of old stuff or anything that I can get my hands on. I wanted to do collections of European comics that I read in my youth, but I didn't actually own. And whenever there are new collections coming out, I buy them. More recently, I've gone with a Spanish series called The Mercenary, all painted art, high fantasy, very, very good, created by Vicente Segrelles. And the guy who doesn't usually do comics. I think this is his only actual comics work is in that series. But I thought I should come here and talk a little, see if anybody wants to come in. And if you have comics that you want to show, please go get them out and show them to us. I got a lot of my graphic novels and trade paperback collections. They're here. I'm just going to pick them up when more people show up. I'm still alone here. I'm the only person watching myself. And hopefully everyone will be able to... Even if nobody shows up, I'm going to keep talking for a while and see what's going on. As I said, I am, for all intents and purposes, done with superheroes, or at least done with new superheroes. Marvel and DC are useless to me from a creative standpoint. They haven't done anything remotely interesting in the last 5 or 6 years. And even when I was still buying stuff, was more out of habit. People complain about things now. I think I saw the point that I was done was when I did not enjoy Jonathan Hickman's Avengers. Having enjoyed Jonathan Hickman's Fantastic Four, I was quite surprised to feel that thing was the most boring thing I've ever seen done with the Avengers. And I thought that Bendis was boring. I thought that Larry Hama's run was so and so compared to what the Avengers had before and after Hama. So Hama was probably not the best writer for the Avengers, but they were still readable. Even the crossing was a complete mess, was more readable than what Bendis and Hickman did. So that should give you a point from a vantage point from which I'm criticizing those works. Because if we go back to stories that have not been considered among the best in the Avengers history, and the Avengers being my favorite comic, with a run going back to the Steve Englehart run, pretty much everything that I had read going into Kurt Busiek's run, I enjoyed. The crossing being maybe the exception, and as I said, Larry Hama, but they were still readable, and after that, I just was done with it. And not being able to buy comics for a year or so allowed me to go see what I could find that I actually enjoyed. And that's not necessarily superheroes. That's not necessarily American comics. And right now, I'm looking for a good story to read. I'm not the type of collector that wants to relive the old hits and go buy back the things from my youth. If I want to have things from my youth I want them in a new format with something that I can share with somebody else, that I can relive it, that I can reread in a way that I find interesting, and that is also comfortable for me. I'd rather have a collection of 20 old comics than go after the old issues. So that's if I'm going to buy superheroes, it's old stuff in a collected format. As for new stuff, The Europeans are doing it better right now. I feel I should get back to the swing of things on some American material. Although since I usually prefer things that are more either action-oriented or science fiction-based, and there's a lot of focus on urban fantasy and horror, which are not my favorite genres. But for that, I do have to step outside Marvel and DC and go to Image and a few of the other smaller publishers. Maybe I should start showing some of the comics that I have around here. Looking back, even though I've mostly been primarily a superhero reader, I do enjoy stepping outside my comfort zone every once in a while, try out some new things, or even some old things that I missed the other time around. Hey, we have a visitor. Hi, Lexgill. Yes, The Mercenary is awesome. Yeah, the Spanish comics industry, not an industry per se. They do have some interesting stuff that everyone should look for. Besides The Mercenary, I enjoy the works of Miguel Ángel Prado, which is like Kafka with humor and with genuine humor. You actually laugh at some of the situations that occur in his stories. Or Manfred Summers' Frank Kappa, which is a roving reporter, always finding things. It's done in the spirit of Hugo Pratt's Corto Maltese. Yeah, but that usually is. Those are usually things that the English-speaking audience, they're not aware that it exists. They have a hard time getting into the English-speaking market, both the UK and the USA. I think it's about time that I start showing some of the stuff that I bought throughout my comics buying career, if we call it that. I can't remember when I bought this. It's a Neil Adams graphic novel starring Bucky O'Hare, Space Warrior Rabbit. This is a bit of a fantasy story. This being published in a smaller format, kind of even with the black and white art being very detailed, it does work. I mean, if you look at these interior pages. So yeah, there's a lot of detail here, and of course some things that are going to get erased. This is pretty fun to read. It's not for kids. It has funny animals, but one of the protagonists is a human child. But this is not a comic for kids. But I still think that if you're 12 or 13 and you're trying to read something different and break out of the mold, this is a good thing to get into. The Secret Game for Bucky O'Hare, or for The Mercenary. For Bucky O'Hare, yeah, that would be interesting. A game with Bucky O'Hare. These characters are very colorful, and I think they do for a good experience and gameplay, jumping around and firing stuff and collecting things. An old style platform game would do wonders with the character. Yeah. So the Secret Game, yeah. Tell me if it's, yeah, on the internet. Mm-hmm. I can even remember when I bought this. I think I bought this new. So yeah, it's got art by so Neil Adams. Neil Adams came up with the concept, but it was written by Larry Hama and Michael Golden. And yeah, that's the thing. You go to first page, you notice this kind of reminds me of the Micronauts, which is where I think I saw Michael Golden for the first time. That is interesting, Gore. I wouldn't call Kafka funny. Maybe they would find it funny because it's some sort of typical Slavic humor. To me, Miguel Ángel Prado is funny. is actually supposed to be funny. Maybe Kafka is unwittingly funny if you're the type of person who laughs at others' misfortunes. But Prado actually exposes more the ridiculousness in some social situations. So Bucky O'Hare. That's maybe we'll bring this out later. What else do we have here? All right. The Five Fists of Science by Matt Fraction and Stephen Sanders, an original graphic novel that Image put out, a decade ago? Let's see. I forget. Sometimes I don't remember which year I bought things. 2013, 2006. I bought this in 2006. I've had this for many years, and I always wanted to keep it with me. So yeah, it's Mark Twain and Nikola Tesla saving the world. A couple of very interesting characters. Marconi also shows up, and this is right. So this is a bit of, I wouldn't call this steampunk, but it does feature some of the crazy science fiction ideas that they had running around in the late 19th and early 20th century. Even giant robots. Yeah, I'm not sure if they're. This is the type of comic that they should have published outside the US, because it's a complete story and it should make it easier to get published. But even so, I am not really aware of other editions being edited in other languages. This would work this type of art would work in a French format, big, large albums. Yeah, the stuff like this, if you could see it really large, it would work wonders. By the way, if anyone wants to come in, there's a StreamYard link at the top. Everyone is invited to come. If you have comics to show, even better. What else do we have here? Tarzan. This is Dark Horse collection. Dark Horse has a lot of Tarzan collections, both of their own material and of the stuff that came out through Malibu Comics in the 1990s. This one has art by Darko Makan and Igor Kordey. Where did this come out first? 1995, 98. Yeah, it's Tarzan 1 through 20, plus A Tale of Mugambi. Yeah, this is the story that's in A Tale of Mugambi, which is the one by Kordey. Very detailed art. It's not meant to be beautiful, because Kordey never is, but it feels like a gut punch, and you're always there. Yes, but yeah, exactly. Thomas Edison, the notable patent thief that he has a reputation for, and plus the current wars between Tesla's AC and Edison's DC. And the rest is from home. So there's a lot of stuff here. Yeah, they don't play it safe with Tarzan here. Yeah, there's blood, there's violence. It's in the jungle. A jungle comic should feature, should not be afraid to feature violence and gore, because nature is beautiful, but it encompasses all of life, and that includes death. And but then of course Tarzan also encompasses dreaming and fantasy, hidden cities, hidden civilizations, portals to other worlds. So if you're a fan of Tarzan and you've never seen the Dark Horse series, you should definitely give it a chance, because this is usually very good. I remember seeing it in previews at the in the late '90s, and it's Tarzan, and I didn't really pay much attention to it. But yeah, the good thing is if you don't have expectation, if you have expectations, it will surprise you. If you don't have expectations, it will surprise you more. Just look at the way Tarzan's lion companion Jad Balja is drawn here. Large, menacing, but you know that Tarzan is in control. I met up with Mike Grell in the recent Comic Con Portugal, and I conducted the panel with him. Unfortunately, he couldn't come, so we had to do the panel with TV screens for the audience. No, this is not Jane. No, this one is Jane. You have Jane here, yeah. Yeah, one thing that you always wonder about Tarzan, you don't wonder. It's actually something to be proud of. How I was always in the jungle meeting very sexually charged women, but Tarzan always remained faithful to Jane throughout the decades. One of the things that he have in the Dark Horse in Malibu series, that many of the stories are set in the present day, and Tarzan and Jane are actually immortal, and they stay together throughout the decades. So yeah, it works very well with their character. Tarzan's cry of the bull ape. There you go. Not afraid to show blood. Tarzan is not a warrior. When Tarzan fights, he's like a cunning animal. He's savage. He's fierce. He's not afraid of dying, and ultimately, that's what drives him to victory. Another thing that you can see in Tarzan, because of all the lost cities. Yeah. The boy was definitely there to be a fun sidekick. It's not like boy was an accurate representation of Korak. If they had done the actual Korak story, it would have been more interesting. Of course, as a little kid, when I saw those on TV, they were fun, but ultimately inconsequential. And the Johnny Westmuller movies were very formulaic. I'm not sure I would agree with you on Robin. I think Robin gets stuck in Batman's world a lot more than Boy did in the Tarzan movies, especially because the Johnny Weissmuller movies, they don't portray Tarzan as intelligent as he should be. That was the whole me Tarzan, you Jane phase, where he was a jungle man, uneducated, unintelligent, cunning a bit because of, let's say, jungle smarts, but he didn't really understand how civilized people work, and if Jane wasn't there, he was bound to be fooled by them, which is not usually what happens. Tarzan does have a distaste for civilization, but he doesn't in this type of stories. But he doesn't let himself be conned in the same way. What else do we have here? Oh, what's this? Okay, looks like we have jungle Nazis. You have to have soldiers of fortune, and Nazis when Yeah, here's the proof that they're Nazis. You can see an Iron Cross on this character. I don't remember exactly how many Tarzan trade paperbacks I have. Turns out I have a lot more than I was expecting to have. I think I have about 4 or 5, and they're all very, very thick. All right, so let's see what else we have here. I'm going to be picking up stuff without any rhyme or reason. Hey, there's the Gray Man. Yes, spontaneous fellow. There's a StreamYard link up ahead if you want to join me, and if you want to go pick up some of the comics you've been showing in your own videos, please do. I can have a conversation. I know that when I'm speaking, I'm not very entertaining by myself. I usually need a sounding board, otherwise, because of my monotone voice, I end up boring people. Yeah, Dick and Teen Titans. That's the thing. Dick going to the Teen Titans allows him to grow up because he's talking to other people, and he has the chance to see the world through different eyes. Maybe not in the original Titans because the DC Silver Age, but in Marv Wolfman's and George Paris's New Teen Titans, he's older. Flash is older. Donna Troy is older. And there's the new guys. I loved Cyborg. I loved Raven. I love Beast Boy, now called Changeling. I actually started that happened when I started reading comics, so I'm more used to Garfield Logan being Changeling than Beast Boy, and in being a Titan more than being a member of the Doom Patrol. The New Teen Titans, they were when I was reading the Brazilian comics, they were one of the best-selling DC comics. And the way that they created their own chronology in the Brazilian series, they were still running pre-Crisis stories when Crisis on the Infinite Earths hit. So they were running 2 stories per issue, and the backup story was a small 5-pager, the Barren Earth, which even today is a favorite, and I'd love to see a collection of that. Not that I believe that DC will ever do it, although it does deserve to be collected. Grayman will be here in 5. Good. This to me is what is a morning stream in the US. So, but Grayman is on my time. It's already afternoon here in Europe, so we should be good for talking for a while. At night, at my night, your late afternoon and early evening, I'll probably do another show since I haven't been done one in a while. I still have the whole 20 hours from StreamYard to use. Thank you, Gorb. You should do more of even though I enjoy seeing your videos, it's a shame that you don't show up to the live streams to talk with us, because you are one of the YouTubers that I most admire. You have fantastically eclectic taste. Everything that you show, I am in awe of. I'm jealous that you have it and I don't on some things. You being familiarized with Guido Grapax is amazing. I know that those are not characters that show up a lot in the United States, and if you're an American fan, it's very hard to get your hands on European material. Yeah, they were. They always were. Although with the Legion, there's a thing about the Legion. You kind of notice that time does have to go by, and they have to be in their early 20s by the time we get to Carrie Bates writing and Dave Cockrum drawing, and then Keith Giffen. That those stories, they have to be 19, 20, 21. They can't be 15, 16. Terrence is working. Well, Terrence is another one. Terrence is another one with a great eclectic taste, and even though he is mostly about what you would call alternative comics in the USA, there are things that you call alternative in the USA that are pretty much mainstream in Europe. But yeah, you do need to broaden your horizons, and that's what I try to do. Still, let's go back to superheroes for a while. How about it? This universe, the stories by Alan Moore. This has all of Alan Moore's stories featuring the mainstream superhero characters. And that includes For the Man Who Has Everything. An amazing story. I think this is the best portrayal of Krypton that I've ever seen. You have to wonder because as the sole survivor from planet Krypton, Superman tries to tell us that it was a glorious golden age of science and discovery, but every civilization has its personalities fighting for the spotlight, trying to become more famous or richer than anybody else. There are different opinions everywhere, and that's why you ultimately are not going to have this type of golden age that you think you are. There will always be conflict, even in the perfect Krypton that Superman is trying to build in his own mind. People sometimes think that Alan Moore hated superheroes because he tried to deconstruct them. I don't think so. I think he loved superheroes. What he fell out of love with was the industry. To him, the stories that he was doing here with Superman and Batman, he was trying to elevate superheroes to bring them into the intellectual public discourse. So, and some people they look at these stories and they see the violence as a way to attain results instead of thinking about the consequences. I think that if there is death and destruction in a superhero comic, it doesn't make it worse in any way, or it doesn't make it much. It's not what makes it mature. The dealing of consequences is the mature part. But if you're seeing the destruction, man, yeah, superheroes should destroy stuff, and you don't go beyond that. That's what makes them less interesting. Other things that you have here. Oh yeah, the Green Arrow story. I actually remember seeing this in Brazilian comics back when I was very young. A friend of mine had one. One thing that you always have to remember about Alan Moore. Alan Moore knew how to draw. He just didn't draw very often after becoming a professional. But he has a good sense of space, of movement. When people sometimes complain that he has too many panels per page, they're thinking about Watchmen, and maybe they would say the same thing here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 panels. But this is to me, this is a very economic way of showing movement while being both cinematographical and true to the unique art form that comics are. You try to pack a lot of movement into one panel, but here you can show all the details and focusing the action where it's meant to be, and it still works, and it doesn't take up a lot of pages, only about 80% of the page. This is something that I need to ask Mike Grell again if I have the opportunity. He said he's coming to Comic-Con next year, so I'm going to do, if he does come, I will do the panel again. This time I'm going to ask him some weird questions, but if he had, I need to ask him if he read the Alan Moore story, and if this was somehow an inspiration. This one that I'm showing is the Green Arrow one. He wrote 2 issues of Green Arrow, and yeah, it's not so much about this. No, there's only one story yet. One Green Arrow story was divided as a backup into issues, and it's not so much about the story being a backup in. Yeah, Green Arrow. So this was a backup over 2 issues, and so it's not very big. but it's an opportunity for Moore to flex his storytelling muscles. And then there's the thing that the Green Lantern stories, the thing that Jeff Johns was mining for all of his run. Those Tales of the Green Lantern stories, of the Green Lantern Corps, with Arisia and Tomar-Ray learning about Mogo, the largest Green Lantern that there is. And of course, at this stage, of course, this is not a spoiler, so what we later learn about Mogo, an entire planet, a sentient planet who is a Green Lantern. The vigilante story. Yeah, they advertised it as a special issue. I think that even though he wasn't very famous when he started working for DC, they knew that it had something special, and they needed to promote Alan Moore as that something special that people needed to read. Not many word balloons in these panels, but if you can't tell the story from just what you're shown, then you don't know how to read at all, not just comics. Yeah, Johns had one book, Tomasi had another. Dave Gibbons was also involved. Then there was the whole business with the Black Lanterns in that, and by that time it became less interesting. Unfortunately, that's something that happens. You start reading a brand new comic, and it's full of promise and wonder at the beginning, and then they start adding up the details, but it starts going in a direction that it looks like the artist the writer doesn't have an escape plan to make sure he has a good story. What else do we have here? DC Comics presents number 85. His famous Superman and Swamp Thing story. This is what it's like to put Superman in positions that are uncomfortable for him. It's not hard to find situations where Superman is vulnerable, either not only just physically, but also mentally and emotionally. I think it's all three in here. Alan Moore understood the character well, so did Grant Morrison, and people who say that Superman is too hard to write, there's nothing that can defeat him. Yeah, you really don't understand the character. You don't understand what it means to him to be invulnerable, but not being able to protect the world as he wished, and letting the people flourish as they should, because he loves everyone. Something shows up. Something as a way of having to deal with Superman, which is unorthodox. Oops, I see that Grayman has been waiting here for a few minutes. Hi, Gray. Sorry, how long have you been there?
I was there before you got the Alan Moore book out.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I've been going on and on about this one. This is one of my favorite trade paperback collections.
Yeah, it sounds like a good one. I've not got that one. That's got good,
good
stories.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you want to have all of his DC Universe superhero stories, and you don't want to go after the individual comics, especially because there's one here, there's a Superman here, there's a Batman there, there's the Vigilante there. This one is a good way to have everything.
Yeah. Looks good. I didn't know he did a Vigilante story. I'm getting into that Vigilante run, but I didn't realize that he'd actually done one of the episodes, one of the issues in there. I've still got 5 more to collect before I can read it. So,
yeah, this is why I'm always mentioning the creators in my comments on your videos. That's a way to find the good comics.
Exactly. I've actually been out shopping today, so like if you run out of things to show, I've got some Christmas presents to show.
Yeah, no problem. We can actually go to yours. I got about 20 trade paperbacks here, but I plan on being here for a couple of hours. Then I'm going to do another one at night. See and get Jared and Scott to.
Are you finished work for the Christmas period now, have you?
Yeah. I somehow got 4 days in a row because we don't work during the Christmas evening and Christmas Day. So I somehow got 4 days in a row and not working today.
How come you're not sitting there with a drink of some sort? I thought you'd be sitting there with a glass of wine or something.
No, already had a drink. No, because I was with my parents, and then we went out for a coffee in the local cafe in the street I grew up with, and they had this not quite legal bottle of mushroom liquor, which was actually very good. It's sweet and.
You said it was mushroom? Did you say?
Yeah, it's made with mushrooms. It's like you're doing. Yeah, it's like you're doing a brandy.
Yeah.
And instead of doing it with fruits, you're doing it with mushrooms. You just let them ferment. Yeah.
Not one of them magic mushrooms as well. It doesn't give you psychedelics as well. It's not like the episode from Swamp Thing where they eat the Swamp Thing tuber that gives them psychedelic visitations, whatever you want to call it. Do you remember that one?
Yeah. Exactly. And we have Comic Man Music's here. Hi, Bill. What's going on? By not quite legal, it's not that the mushrooms are illegal. It's just that when you produce alcoholic beverages, you have to register as an alcoholic beverage producer, and those have to follow certain
guidelines,
health rules. Not that it's unhealthy to drink that, but because they're not and there are a lot of places, even at regular cafes, where you have those liquor bottles that are produced at home. The thing you can do if you have a siphon in your backyard, and you just let the and you just can't sell it. You can put it up for sale, but they do. It's just that if the health authorities show up to your restaurant and you have those bottles, you're gonna pay a fine.
You say display only. Display only.
Yeah, display only. But not if you're a regular customer, they know they'll serve it to you.
If you start passing spores tomorrow, you know why there's guidelines that you should obey.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, since Bill is here and Gord doesn't want to come in, here's the StreamYard link. Anyone can come in. I want to talk to people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Show some more books.
Cool. If you're ready to show some of your stuff.
Yeah, this is my girlfriend just give me some money, and it's the usual thing. I give her money to buy clothes. She gives me money to buy comics. I go, I'm going to choose my own comics. She goes and chooses her own clothes. So,
You got a regular job right now?
No, well, I started a job, but to be honest, I wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't working for me. It wasn't. It wasn't good for my brain. So I kind of went sick. And I don't know if I'm going to go back, but we won't worry about that. But we'll worry about that in the new year when I'm selling all my comic books to try and live. But it's kind of weird. I got a Murder Falcon #7. Bit of a weird one. It cost me 50p though, but I'm trying to kind of get that run. And I got some. Just basically, I went for the cheap ones. So I got a nice cheap World's Finest. And the ones the more scaffs, the cheaper they are. So I don't care. I've got an account in the pages. Only one of them's got a missing page. I can't remember what it was now, but it was quite annoying to have a missing page in a comic. But I think it only cost me £1, so I'm not going to fuss. But these are some nice old World's Finest. Yeah,
the thing I like about World's Finest is you can read those stories without worrying about continuity, and they're usually quite enjoyable.
Yeah, and the continuity was all out of whack anyway because they're all pre-crisis. So anything that happened in these, don't take it with a large pinch of salt, basically. There you go. Some nice World's Finest. Go checks. Can't go wrong with that. Bit of Batman, Superman goodness. Cool old school art.
Go checks. Google checks in honor of Dr. Silver Age, who cannot come to the internet right now. He has a dislodged retina, and he needs to take it easy for a while. Yeah, he needs to take it easy for a while.
Well, this is the sort of big book of the haul. This cost me £7, and this is the first Ulik the Troll apparently. So I was quite happy with that. Yeah, I thought the inside actually the outside's a bit rough. It's got a big stamp. Someone's inked out the price in the corner there, and it's got a four. Someone's written 4 on 4 for some reason.
Yeah.
And then, but inside it's actually it's in good condition inside. Actually, it's on the staples fine, and the page is all good. So yeah, I'm happy with that. It's
One thing I always wonder: how much do the Marvel UK reprints cost compared to the US editions?
Don't know. I'm not sure. I only get the US comics. You know, we have Marvel UK where they did their own kind of reprints, but I don't really know how much they go for nowadays. Some of them. I've managed to fill up my Martian Manhunter run.
Oh, nice.
So the most recent Martian Manhunter, like, you know, you're going through, you're like, oh, please have number 10, please have number 10. It's, yes, you got number 10 as well. That's it. That's why I can completely cross off the list now. So that's that. I've got one more little package of comics. I'm probably going to show these on my own channel later on as well because you know you've got to do it. You got to have content.
Exactly.
All right, this is the last one I picked up. Daredevil 125. It took me slightly over my spending limit, but it was like it's only a few pounds over my spending limit. And I got some Man-Thing as well. A couple of Man-Thing.
Cool. That's something that I usually think I should buy the collected editions. They got all the Steve Gerber stories in one sitting, and they're usually pretty wacky.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, I've not read any Man-Thing. I feel I've read a few in the past, but like I'm waiting till I get them all before I try and read them again. That's why I'm going to be able to get them all because I bet in the early ones are going to be very expensive. So I'll probably end up reading them at some point.
Yeah,
I got a Conan. And this one is real beat. It's off the you can see a big chunk out of the cover there.
Ouch.
Yeah, a giant size Conan for £1. It's like, yeah, I don't care about it. The story's all there. So £1 for that. Yeah, I'll have it. An annual and a couple of old Justice Leagues as well. These are kind of like lower than the actual ones I'm trying. I think I'm going 100 onwards. I'm trying to get to the end of the run. But every time, every now and again, I'll see an early one. And it's like if it's going cheap, I'll pick it up. So this is number 31, which cost me £3. It was like £3 for that. Yeah, I'll be a fool to leave it behind. So I picked that one up. And then this is number 36 for £1. This is the one that's got a page missing in the middle. So the first story is incomplete. So a bit of a pain actually. But what can you do? I can always read the middle page online somewhere. And who knows? Maybe I'll get a better copy one at some point, but probably won't. But never mind. That's a shame.
You can go to the place where they have the missing page, where they have the comic online, and you print the missing page and you stick it in the middle of the comic.
I might think about it. Just slip it in there. I might think about it. This one I completely cover buy. I don't normally do cover buys really, but I picked up this one because it's obviously I'm sure you recognise it as Madame Xanadu, total rip of Madame Xanadu.
Yeah,
and, I'm quite partial to a bit of Madame Xanadu because my girlfriend reads tarot, and she's got black hair, so it's like she's my own little Madame Xanadu. And I thought I don't know, it's £2. I thought I'll pick it up just for the fact. This will go in my Madame Xanadu pile of comics in my Madame Xanadu box.
Well, what's the name of the publisher? What's the name of the publisher in there?
Ablaze.
Oh, it's from Ablaze? Really?
Eros Psyche. So I think it's 2 characters. I'm guessing they're both from Greek mythology, aren't they? Eros and Psyche, or Psyche, whatever it's pronounced. Not quite sure what they did in the Greek mythology. I know Eros has got something to do with love, haven't they? They're like the Cupid, aren't they? Is it the Greek version of Cupid, Eros, I think? Yeah,
Eros is the Greek or the Roman?
I'm not sure. I thought one or the other.
Yeah,
one or the other. I think I've got a feeling it was Greek, but I could be wrong. I think Cupid is the Roman version, but I don't know. I can't remember now. They're a little bit more obscure, kind of like a mythology.
Yeah, no, Eros must be. Yeah, Eros is Greek because it means love. Yeah.
Yeah. Right, that was my thought. Anyway, I looked inside. It didn't look like. I'm kind of like I might not even really read it, to be honest. It's like I might not even bother reading it because if I read it and I like it, it means I've got to go and pick up the other 3, and it's like I don't need any more comics. I've got enough on my list already about adding new ones to it. But I just saw that and I thought, I like that cover. I like Madame Xanadu. I'm going to pick up this parody or homage, whatever you want to call it. Homage, more likely. And I just slip it in the my Madame Xanadu box.
Let me see if I can call some more people to show up.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's see if some of my friends from the Discord want to come around.
Who you streaming with later? You got someone else's channel?
Yeah, I need to send a message to Scott Connor and Jared Osborne, see if they want to come, because we usually do it on Fridays, but tomorrow is Christmas Eve, so nobody's talking comics.
I've got some more I can show. This is my read pile. This is what I brought with me to read. It's actually World's Finest. I'm actually reading from my World's Finest at the moment. For some reason, I was picking up the World's Finest, but not reading them. I was like, well, I'll wait till I get them all. I thought, no, there's no way I'm going to get them all. They're bloody expensive comic books, some of them, and now there's loads of them. So I don't know why. And also, they're self-contained stories, so I don't know why I was leaving them. So I've kind of like finished my read pile. So I thought, well, I'm going to read my World's Finest next. It's kind of weird. Like I have ones that I pick up and I don't read them straight away. I thought I'd put them aside till I get the whole run. But it's some I don't understand my own reasoning. Like Flash, for example. As soon as I get a Flash, I read them. With the Green Lantern, I put them aside to read them when I've got the whole run, kind of thing. So I'm never going to get the whole run with all them bloody Neil Adams covers in there. So I just need to dig them out and put them on my read pile. So, but yeah, I like the World's Finest. There's lots of wacky covers. Matilda might like this one because Superman and Batman are making Jimmy Olsen and Robin dig their own graves. Mm-hmm. she likes to see Jimmy Olsen about to be killed. Old Matilda.
No respect for the kids. They should call Child Protective Services.
Exactly. She's got no respect for Jimmy Olsen, man. It's shocking. It's a diabolical liberty. This one always makes me laugh because. Like as you can see it like this, it's like an awesome like kind of villain kind of sitting on a throne making Batman and Superman fight, but someone's put the price stamp right in the middle of his head. Always makes me. And the thing is, I actually got another copy of this, and exactly the same date stamp as it was on the head, because that's all they could do in there. They stamp them somewhere because he's got like a blank circle for a head. It's like, oh, that'd be a perfect place to stamp it, right in the middle of the villain's head. But you just see if I can find a UK version of that hasn't got it stamped on the villain's head. Is that the Trigger? No, it's not Trigger Twins, is it? No. Tarantula, the original web slinger, apparently. This is quite a cool Superman moving the Earth. With a bit of help from Dr. Fate.
Yeah, I think they needed to explain the Superman's powers pre-crisis, and Superman needs to have a gravitational pull that is bigger than his own mass.
Everyone's having their faces stolen. This one, this is kind of a weird one.
Uh-huh.
Even the little dog had got his face missing. Weird stuff. I think these are ones I've already read. I know it's one I just finished reading. Let's go in order. It's a nice, crazy old one. If the balloon bursts with Batman's face on it, he's gonna die. He's on a planet of like aliens who are addicted to gambling, basically, and very strange. Nice giant there. This is what happens quite a lot in these. They either become criminals or they're forced to fight each other to the death. Here's another of them fighting to the death, or somehow causing the death of the other one. This is one where they're deciding to kill a woman who's found out their secret identity.
Well, of course, you can't have your secret identity running around.
Exactly. It turns out she was actually a robot, so all they do is put her in. I think they imprisoned her in Kandor, something like that. This is where they become supervillains, and they're carving up the earth for their. This is going to be Batman's portion. This is going to be Superman's portion.
Mhm.
I've forgotten that story already. The trouble with these stories, they're kind of like throwaway, you know what I mean? You don't kind of remember what happened. I can't.
Yeah.
It's always going to be some kind of evil, other dimensional versions of themselves, robots, pretending to try and fool a villain, that kind of thing. It's always one of those. There was some kind of take on that sort of thing. And this one we've got Superman, Batman, and Robin beating up Bruce Wayne, Clark Kent, and Dick Grayson.
Yeah.
Because of course they do. I'm a sucker for this. Now, this one's really funny as well. Like, I'm a sucker for like two of the same person on the cover, like doppelgangers, that kind of thing. The amount of covers that got Superman and Clark Kent on them at the same time is, off the charts. There's loads of them.
Mm-hmm.
This one's amusing.
One thing that DC kept faithful to when it comes to doppelgangers is that they kept the robots while Marvel moved to clones.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You don't see many clones in DC, do you?
Yeah.
Apart from the original, well, not the original Manhunter, the second Manhunter, he got cloned a few times,
Yeah.
didn't he?
Yeah, but the Manhunter is the Manhunter is a character that would be at home in the Marvel universe.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Comic Crack is here. Terrence, if you want to come in, there's a StreamYard link a bit to the top.
Yeah, nice bit of. I like these the giant ones where you got the different stuff on the cover. I love like, some people don't like covers like this, but I like them when they're all split up and have different pictures on. I kind of I can just like soak in all the different stuff, like read the different panels, read the word balloons. I dig all that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. So this one's my birthday book. This is September 1969. So this has got Superman trying to burn Batman at the stake for being a demon. And it's got the weirdest, wackiest bloody reason as well. Like, it turns out, like, randomly there was he realized that Batman had been possessed by an Ifrit. Is that kind of like a Middle Eastern demon or some sort? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Because he never cast a shadow, so he went to burn him at the stake to scare the Ifrit out of him, kind of thing. And then it goes into Superman, and Batman tries to scare it out of him, and it's just like that's some craziness. And so this is an example of those bifurcated or trifurcated or quinfurcated covers, whatever you'd call it. Look, you've got the trade dress, you've got all that going on, and just in that trade dress, you've got so much greatness, logos, and dates and all sorts.
Yeah. The thing about the 80-page giants is if you're not a regular reader, those are great value for money, and you can take them to the on holiday to the beach or camping.
Yeah.
But if you were buying that title regularly, you're made to pay extra for a book with stories that you read.
Exactly. Yeah, I've already read I think this one that I've just finished reading actually had two stories in it that I'd already just read recently. Because I've read World's Finest number 136, and I recently read the Green Lantern Omnibus kind of thing. There's been a couple of stories that were back stories in the World's Finest. So now I'm reading the World's Finest. I'm finding some of the stories that I'd already read recently in the Green Lantern, not Omnibus. Well, I don't know what they're called. It's just a collection of all the early stuff, basically. But all I've got left to show now is the comics that I showed on Cover Slingers this week. Well, I didn't win because the judge and the jury are all crazy. Mm-hmm. There's no justice in this world. It was a musical theme. So look, this is what I was said. He's got a stupid costume, and I was marked down because he's got a stupid costume.
He does.
Yeah, but still, it's still an awesome cover. It doesn't matter. He's got a silly costume. The awesomeness of the Silver Age cover deserves extra points. And then you've got a bit of House of Mystery of a demonic heavy metal band.
Of course, that rock and roll is the devil's music. It'll make you worship Satan.
Exactly.
Yes, you do. You do it all the time. You worship Satan all the time.
Yeah, I do that every when I'm not reading comic books. I'm always worshiping Satan. There's Murder Falcon again. This is a homage to a heavy metal album by a guy called Yngwie Malmsteen.
Oh, nice.
Rising Force, I think it is. I think that's the one. This is a bit of lovely Lois Lane. Do love a bit of Lois. Just love the art on the covers as well. The covers are so beautiful, so clean and like great. Not some of these modern stuff. You look at it, I'm squinting trying to work out what the hell's going on half the time on these modern comic books. But this was just crazy. She's got alien legs and she's trying to put a brave face on it. weird alien legs. Right, and then we've got everyone's pal, Jimmy Olsen, not just Superman's pal, but everyone's pal. And here he's got Superman doing the Krypton crawl. There's just all kinds of crazy goings on. He's too busy dancing to go and stop the bank from being robbed. There's an emergency down the street. And he's just going, yeah. Oh, man, they amuse me no end. And then finally, Jimmy Olsen is killing Superman with some kryptonite because people will want to read it. You know, they always have something on the cover to make people want to read it. And once again, Superman's trying to kill his best pal. Why? You've got to buy the comic book to find out. Yeah. Anyway, that was it. That was all the comics that I've got on me. So it's back to you. You have to show some more of your collections.
Yeah, absolutely. And have you ever heard of The American?
I'm not sure, just The American. I've heard of The Fighting American, but I don't
No,
know if I've heard one that's called The American.
Yeah, this came out from Dark Horse in the late '80s, writing the deconstructionist superhero wave. Mark Verheiden wrote all the stories. Most of the art is by Chris Warner and Grant Mean, but there's some early Brendan Peterson and Doug Braithwaite in here.
I think there's a comic called The Last American that I've got. Remember The Last American? I think I've got that.
I have that. I have the Brazilian edition of that.
It's like 4 or 5 part or something like that. Like he comes out of a bunker or something after the world's been annihilated.
Yeah. That's the thing. You're always expecting other people to show up, but they never do. And when the comic ends, you still don't know if those people are real or not.
I need to read it again. It's a long time since I read it. I remember it's in Mike McMahon art, I believe. Mike McMahon art.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mark Verheiden wrote Alien, exactly. The Alien comics. These stories here from The American, they're in black and white.
Right.
Because it was normal for Dark Horse to publish in black and white then. But
someone posted something about they've been taken over or something, or they've been sold.
Yeah, they were bought. Yeah, they were bought by a video game company, and and I was kind of expecting that to happen any day now because Mike Richardson is 71, and the Dark Horse has always been a family-owned company, his own personal, and so in order to survive, it needed to be sold to somebody.
Right. You don't know kids to pass it down to then.
Yeah, his Wikipedia profile says he's married with kids, but maybe they don't care about comics at all. So
maybe disgraceful.
Mm-hmm.
There's no accounting for taste, is there?
Well, sometimes if your parents do something cool, you think that cool stuff isn't cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't want to be in a rock and roll band. I want to be an accountant.
Yeah. Well, but I've heard that said about Frank Sinatra Jr. If he had become an accountant, he would have become the best accountant ever. The thing is, he decided to become a musician, and he was always going to be in his father's shadow.
In his shadow, of course. Yeah. Hard act to follow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Here's the thing about The American, although it's supposed to be a superhero, there's very little actual superheroing done in this story. There's a lot of behind the scenes shadowy panels and moping and brooding. This is not supposed to be an uplifting comic.
Brooding
and when there's
important, brooding is quite important for a superhero, but not too much brooding. You got to have some action as well.
Mm-hmm. But when there's violence, it's not meant to be pretty here.
No.
And the black and white actually makes it, because you use the bodies as negative space in order to show off when something's burning.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Looks a bit like a kind of reverse Human Torch or something.
Yeah. This first came out as an 8-issue miniseries, but after that they just Verheiden kept bringing the character back in anthologies and in short stories, and they were in the more they showed. After a while, they exposed what the concept of The American was supposed to be about, but he kept bringing the character back to commenting on stuff, and there's always the actual point of view character who is this reporter here, the one in
Right. I just want to address Gore Vidal. He's talking about the Burgess Meredith episode of The Twilight Zone. That one's called Time Enough at Last. It's not called The Last American. It's called Time Enough at Last. Or something like that. when he's finally got time to read all the books, and then he drops his glasses on the floor and they break. And he goes, "That's not fair. There was time now. Time enough at last." Something like that.
Yeah, lots of grim attitudes about them being Wi-Fi video game. Sure, but it's either that, either he retires and the company goes under, or he sells it. There was nowhere else to go, and the brand name is a good brand name, and they still have a good catalog of characters that they're in charge of and putting out good stories. So there's no point in closing it.
I don't see that can be a bad thing, being bought out by a video company. They've got like properties they can automatically put into games if they're popular enough, and
sure,
they can, if they make good enough games, they can make comic books about them as well. It seems to me that the two would fit quite well.
Mm. Well, Mark Silvestri sold Top Cow to Eidos Entertainment many years ago, and they've been trying to ride on the coattails of past successes, and they haven't been putting out. First, it was because of the Tomb Raider comic. Apart from that, they every once in a while they try to bring back Witchblade in Darkness. They tried doing 2 different Cyberforce reboots, and it didn't really work. So yeah, the Top Cow was a bit Silvestri centric, even when other people were doing this stuff. So if he's not producing things for the company to publish, kind of loses focus.
Yeah, I remember Cyberforce, like in the Image days. I remember it being like, oh, another team with a Wolverine clone, and it's like the formulaic kind of team. Every team seemed to be formulaic. They had one savage guy, didn't they? There was one kind of like strong guy, one sexy woman, or two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's one sexy woman who's a good physical fighter, and one sexy woman who's a good sword fighter. So you gotta have the sexy ninja.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, and the stoic leader. You always need to have the stoic leader. But at the time, because I wasn't buying in English yet, but they put out Cyberforce and Wildcats over here. We imported them from Brazil, and I bought both of them, and I liked Wildcats better. Wildcats. I think it had.
I got about 20 odd issues of before I thought, actually, I'm not enjoying this anymore. But yeah, I did last with Wildcats for longer.
Mm-hmm. I think Jim Lee put in more interesting concepts right from the beginning. And so the first 4 issues of Cyberforce work well as a movie. The first 4 issues of Wildcats work well as an introduction to a comics universe.
Yeah, it's been a while. I remember there was the Daemonites or whatever it was, and the Cherubim, wasn't it? The 2 different alien races.
Mm-hmm.
And they
what
were
else we got here?
Cherubim, weren't they?
Yeah.
At least part Cherubim.
Exactly. What else we got here? Outlaw Nation.
Okay. So I've heard the name, but never read it.
Yeah. This was originally published by Vertigo, so it's written by Jamie Delano, and art is by Goran Suzuki and Goran Parlov. So the reprint collection is in black and white, so this is like an essential. And it works because they have a clean, crisp art style. And they're sort of immortals, and they get up to mafia-like shenanigans.
Right. He had quite a run on Hellblazer, didn't he, Jamie Delano?
Yeah, he did.
Cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is that type of British take on what the Americans are doing in the flyover states.
Right.
Yeah, because you have rednecks and old cars and wide open spaces and meth labs and people just being assholes.
Right.
You American, why do you British hate the Americans so much that you want to expose all that?
Well, I don't know. Just keep an eye on them, kind of thing. We just observe and say what we see, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, all of these characters are very, very interesting. There's nobody here that you'd call a good guy.
Right.
But yeah, the the story flows well throughout the entirety of the comic run, and you can tell that it wasn't selling well because the last two issues are wrapped up pretty quickly. But the way it flowed up to that, it was pretty good. It was a very engaging story, and I guess it's just a shame that it couldn't find the audience that it deserved.
Yeah, it happens.
Because that's pretty good. See,
how many issues did it run for?
16, I believe. Let's see. 16 or 18? I should say here. 19.
Right. Respectable, but not great by any means.
Yeah. But I think this was pretty interesting. Sometimes Vertigo was not the type of thing that you wanted to own everything they published, but if you were willing to take a chance on something, it would usually be a good read.
Yeah, for some reason, like one of the ones that I've got on them is House of Secrets, and it was a terrible series. And I don't know why I carried on buying it, and I know I've been trying to sell it for ages, and no one wants it. Like it's like it was kind of like I think I bought it because I like the House of Secrets from the old House of Secrets. I had like memories of reading them as a kid, and I sort of stuck with it, and it was kind of like. Yeah, and the art wasn't great either. It was kind of like weirdish art. Mm-hmm. But I don't know why I bothered with that, but never mind. Another one, Terminal City was another weird one as well. Like,
Terminal City, yeah, that was supposed to be weird, but I wanted to buy it. There was a time when I wanted to buy it. I can't remember if they actually republished it, and I ended up not buying it. So.
Right. And I also have a weird one that I've got, Sea Guy. I think it's Sea Guy by Grant Morrison.
I have Sea Guy. Yeah, it was one of those 3-issue miniseries that Morrison put out at the same time. Sea Guy, Vimanarama, and We Three.
Oh, right. I should have picked up We Three, shouldn't I? Because that was a good one.
No. Yeah, We Three was definitely the best of the bunch. And it's not what you would look for in a Grant Morrison comic. It's much more realistic. It is fantastic because you don't actually expect those type of experiments to turn the animals that intelligent, but it's more believable. Sea Guy, it's a very crazy world with flying fish.
I remember reading, I was like, I can't remember much about it, but it's on my to sell pile anyway. That's for sure. But the one that I really liked. Vertigo. Well, I actually got it in trade. I never actually bought the individual issues. I'm going to forget the bloody name now. Enigma.
Yeah, that's one of the early. That's one of the early. Yeah, because I think that's one of the series that they were meant to be published by Disney.
Disney.
Yeah, they were going to launch an imprint called Touchmark Comics, and then it fell through. And the editor went back to DC with a bunch of comics ready to print. One of them was also Grant Morrison, Sebastiano, and they put it out at the same time that they did. They changed they introduced the Vertigo logo on Swamp Thing and Sandman and Shade the Changing Man and Doom Patrol, and then they added those comics.
Right.
I think they worked well because the point it wasn't that it was going to be it was not supposed to be either owned by DC or be a creator-owned imprint, but they were going for urban gothic, and those stories function well.
Enigma was one of those ones that I'd like to have like an amnesia gun, so you could shoot yourself with the amnesia gun, so you could read it again without knowing what's going to happen at the end. You know what I mean? One of those kind of books. Where it's like, oh man, I wish I didn't remember this story, so I could read it again with all the linking enjoyment I had the first time I read it. Sandman Mystery Theater, I've got the whole run of that as well. I like Sandman Mystery Theater. I need to buy
the I know they collected editions, and I need to own that. Because I only read skins.
TV show. Sandman Mystery Theater could easily be a TV show, like a gritty, blinking urban noir, blinking superhero, with all set in the 30s, New York. All the stories they could tell. Awesome.
Yeah, even the way they introduced Black Hawk and Our Man, it was believable. Our Man's drug runs out, so it just becomes normal. It just becomes super powered for a while, and it's not good for him. Yeah, so it works.
Yeah, it was good. I need to read those again. That's the thing that I keep thinking about. Ones that you like. And you think, oh, let's get around to reading them again. I'm gonna have to stop buying new comics so I can start reading old ones again.
Sometimes I think what we should do is buy the old comics, store them, and go to the place where there are the illegal scans and just read the illegal scans. We already bought them, so we should be entitled to read the illegal scans.
Definitely. But I prefer to read the comics though. I do read actually because sometimes I read stuff online as well. Like and sometimes I'm not necessarily going to buy it, but I'll quickly read through it. Okay, now I know what that's about.
When I read old comics, the actual old comics, one thing that I don't do anymore, because I used to do when I was a kid, I always read all the letter sections and the editorials. I read even the ads sometimes.
Takes forever if you do that. You've got so many to read. Now, I do like to have a little browse though. Every now and again, I'll have a little browse or an article or something like that because. Sometimes I think to myself, I might make a video out of this article, or because there's a feature on Legion of Superheroes, and I made that into a little video. And I just put an ad. I like doing adverts as well, comic book adverts. I just did one for Major Matt Mason. I did a video for that yesterday. It was like a 2-page spread. And I thought, I've got to do a video for that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Here's something that I bought a few years ago. They did the collections of the original 70s Guardians of the Galaxy.
Right.
Guardians of the Galaxy, Tomorrow's Avengers, Volume 1 and 2. And this Volume 1 features the stories that appeared in, first the one from Marvel Superheroes number 18, by Arnold Drake and Gene Colan. When you read it, knowing what the Guardians became, they went completely away from what Arnold Drake was trying to do. I don't think that Stan Lee let Arnold Drake shine the way he should have, because Stan Lee was much more of a control freak than people thought, and he wanted people to write like he did. And Arnold Drake only writes like himself.
I don't think I know that name. What else has he done?
Doom Patrol. He created Doom Patrol.
Oh, Arnold Drake created Doom Patrol, did he? Okay.
Yeah, the one from the Silver Age.
Yeah, I haven't got any issues of that Doom Patrol. I've actually got it collected though. I've got the essential. I have read it, but a little while ago now.
Then Steve Gerber brought the Guardians of the Galaxy into the future of the Marvel universe in the Marvel 2-in-1.
Right.
So yeah, with
the Thing. I've got that issue.
Yeah.
I've got the is it Marvel Presents? Was it like 7 issues of Marvel Presents or something like that, or Marvel Spotlight or something like that?
Yeah, they appear here in the Defenders for an arc. So yeah, you see here there's Charlie 27 and there's the Hulk there. So this is from the Defenders arc. And because Steve Gerber was also writing the Defenders.
Right. Yeah.
And then it starts in Marvel Presents number 3, where
that's right, because the first 2 of that one are Ulysses Blood Stone or whatever.
Yeah.
I think 1 and 2 are Ulysses Bloodstone. Then you've got Guardians of the Galaxy for about 7 issues or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is it. This was drawn by Al Milgrom, and I think this was if it's not Al Milgrom's first published work, is Al Milgrom's first ongoing series. And Milgrom gained the reputation as mostly an inker or as a jobber when it comes to doing pencils. But his hard here in the 70s doing Guardians is not afraid of pulling out all the stops. The very detailed, very raw, lots of energy here.
Yeah, lots of action. It's an action-packed spread.
Yeah.
Buy Comic Crack. Goodbye to Comic Crack. He's not going as well. He's just saying goodbye to Comic Crack.
Yeah. Here's where we discover the Starhawk's secret.
Yeah, I kind of. It's 2 people, and he's a woman and a man, isn't he? Something like that.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it was Gerber. But later on, there was a character called Cloud in Defenders, who was a woman and a man. But I don't think Gerber was writing it still. Then was he? Did he write Cloud as well?
No, Cloud. I think Cloud was created by J.M. DeMatteis. But and then she becomes a member, and then it's Peter Biggill is writing most of those stories, and he's the one who reveals what Cloud was supposed to be.
I've not read that many issues actually with Cloud in it, but I've got about 6 more issues of Defenders to get, so I can read the whole run. The only one I've got with Cloud in that I've actually read was one of those I bought back in the day when I used to pop in the corner shop, and it was the one with a character called Manslaughter. So like a very low key villain that not many people know about, but I really enjoyed that issue. So I've always liked Manslaughter. He's got a cool look to him. He's got like a vicious kind of attitude, and like just the one issue where they get back home to base, and he literally looks like he's bumping them all off one by one.
Yeah, exactly.
And they cleverly make it so that they fool him basically. It was I thought it was a really good inventive issue.
Yeah, here's volume 2, which is where they have the rest of the Guardians appearances before the 90s series.
That cover of that, is that not from Avengers?
Yeah, because first
I got that issue.
Yeah, because first he appears. Because first they appear in a Thor annual, which is the Korvac's first appearance.
Right.
And then they move to the Avengers, and this is the beginning of the
Korvac saga.
Korvac saga, yeah. And I remember when I saw this cover, the Brazilian editions, I needed to buy this comic because who are all these superheroes?
Yeah, that's one that I bought from the corner shop when the month it came out. Yeah, because most of my comics, I was really thinking about it, most of my comics I bought as an adult because I didn't have that much pocket money as a kid. So I used to get them when I could. I'd get one here and there. So I kind of remember all the ones that I got back in the day. So like there might be 3 Avengers that I bought like I don't know in 10 years when I was a kid. And then when I started having my own money, my own wages, that's when I started buying properly. And obviously recently I've gone back and I've bought older issues kind of thing to complete runs as much as I can.
This volume here it features some other stories while the Guardians are still in the 20th century, like here from Marvel team up with Spider-Man and Starhawk.
Right.
But then they feature an interesting story that I remember from the Hulk, being published as a backup in the Hulk when I was a kid, and features it's 3 issues of Marvel 2-in-1 with Moondragon and Starhawk, and they try to resurrect Adam Warlock, and it fails.
I always like Nikki. She's hot. She is. Pun intended, but she is. she's a cutie. That little Nikki.
Yeah. The thing is, the Brazilians never published the actual Guardian stories, but the Korvac saga was one of my favorites when I was a kid. I didn't read all the chapters in order because I never bought all the comics that I needed, and sometimes I would need to borrow from a couple of my friends who also read comics.
Yeah, when I was getting my Avengers run, I just read them as I got them. So I was reading them out of order, just as I got them, I read them, kind of thing. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the thing, I never had more than 2 friends at once who read comics. It's only when I came online that I found a bunch of people who also read comics.
Yeah, I didn't really have mates. I had one mate who read comics, but he, I spoke to him in ages. he ended up stopped reading comics, and rather than he sold them, he didn't offer them to me to buy them off him, and he sold them all. I was like, "You absolute bastard! You could at least give me a big chance to buy them off you." Never mind.
Yeah, a friend of mine threw his out.
That's even worse.
Yeah,
my mate sold them and got some money for them. But there you go. I've got another old schoolmate. I'm trying to get him to sell me his collection because I know he's not read them or looked at them for years, but I know he's got a couple of good ones in there. So it's like if I can see if I can offer him a price, and he's got the couple of the sensational She-Hulk runs that are quite pricey, and he's got the first Beta Ray Bill. I remember him having those as a kid, But yeah, one day if I got the money and he ever gets back to me, I'll try and buy them off him. Still waiting for the lottery win though. I need to win the lottery so I can buy all the comics I need.
What else do I have here? Let's see. Let's try out something different. Oh yeah, this one. I don't remember ordering this one, but it is the type of thing that I would order when I got it. Mean Streets. It's very thick. It's actually an anthology. It's got like 4 graphic novels in here, and they're all crime related. And the cover's pretty good because it kind of looks like an old paperback. Sex, murder, revenge. They all collide on the mean streets. Actually, you read it.
Yeah.
You read it on your.
You did a perfectly good job.
Yeah.
Sex, murder, revenge. They all collide on the mean streets. Same difference.
Yeah, but I like this very much. It's even color coded, so you know where should the stories go.
That's cool.
But this is very good. I enjoyed this very much. I mean, first because it wasn't really that expensive. I mean, it's got how many pages? 400, and it was only $30.
Right. Were they originally like in the same series, or were they crime books taken from different places and all put into one book?
Yeah, I think they were supposed to be graphic novels, but they put them out all in one volume. Yeah, the stories are called Supermarket, The Devil's Concubine, Fishtown, and Baja. Okay. And yeah, there's stuff here by Brian Wood, with art by Christian Donaldson. The second one is by Paula Schmidt. Fishtown is by Kevin Colden, these ones I don't know, and Baja by Ben Wagner and Nathan St. John. So yeah, it ends up being stuff by pretty much unknown artists, but they do a good job.
Yeah.
So there's a
European kind of comic style in it.
A bit. Also a bit of manga influence because in the way they draw the hair.
Oh yeah, spiky.
Mm-hmm. This one has more of a Vertigo style.
Right.
This one's the one that's called The Devil's Concubine. Yeah, this almost looks like 100 Bullets.
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've got a few of them. Not quite good. 100 Bullets.
Yeah, here too. So yeah, this could have been published in Vertigo, but I think at the time. Yeah. The third story here, same thing. Lots of panels.
Yeah. Weirdly split panels as well. Now it's a car, isn't it? A car.
Yeah.
It's a weird split panel, but it's actually through the windscreen.
Yeah, and you notice that these ones aren't inked; they're just colored, and it's supposed to be part of the story. I think the characters remembering something. Whenever they don't have panel borders or blacks, the characters are remembering something.
All right. Apparently, Bill's got a lobster on his Johnson, according to what he just said there in the notes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, the woman does have Betty Davis eyes. Yeah, I don't know how easy it is to find nowadays. That's the thing about trades; they don't usually show up in back issue bins.
No.
So, but sometimes they're the best chance of getting everything in one sitting.
I used to pick up trades, not realizing they were just from the comic books I'd already read. I got some like old Batman ones, and I've got these in the comics. Why have I bought this? Like going back and looking at them, I didn't realize they were just like I for some reason thought they was all new stories or something, but they weren't. They were just stories I already had. So I've got quite a few like that.
Yeah, for me it was more, why am I buying this every month when I can just read the entire story arc in one sitting?
Yeah,
that's why I win with trades. Yeah, look, this one is scary. Yeah,
you need big shelves though, don't you?
Mm-hmm. and I'm more likely to go back to the shelf and reread the comics in trade because I can just pull it out. I don't have to go thumbing through.
Yeah. And if you got all on the shelf, you can just see the spine and just pick out the one that grabs your fancy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've got, like you say, we've got. My system is terrible. I've got comic boxes all over the place. I have to, if I want a certain comic box, I have to move like 6 comic boxes to get to the comic box that I want, kind of thing. It's like, it's an absolute nightmare.
Yeah. Let me put you here for a while because I need to turn on the lights.
Hi, everybody. I've got nothing to show. Watch my videos. I've shown all my comic books now, so I've got nothing to show you. Nothing at all. What have I got in here? Nothing. This is my Kindle. This is my Kindle. This is. Ooh, I listened to podcasts on this.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I've got nothing else to show. How's everyone's Christmas preparations going? We're supposed to have someone come and fix our boiler. We've had no hot water or heating in Lisa's flat for about a week, and we're supposed to have been here at 8 o'clock this morning. It's now 4:45 in the evening, so yeah, not sure if he's coming. Which means we'll have no hot water over Christmas. Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm going to my parents for tomorrow when we're having our neighbors over, and then we're meeting up with my cousin and my aunts for Christmas Day.
What's the traditional dinner? Do you have a traditional dinner there? Do you have turkey like we do here, or
yeah, we have codfish on Christmas Eve.
Catfish.
Codfish.
Oh, codfish.
Codfish, yeah.
For a second, I thought you meant cuttlefish. I thought you were saying cuttlefish for a second. I'm cuttlefish.
No, we have cuttlefish during the rest of the year. My city is the home of fried cuttlefish.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought only parrots ate cuttlefish, but that's like they're all dried out. They dry out, don't they?
We eat boiled cod with cabbage and potatoes for Christmas Eve, and then we have
fish and chips. So I'll probably having cod, but just fish and chips for Christmas Eve,
Yeah. And then we have turkey for Christmas Day.
All right, cool.
The thing is, there was a time when everybody tried to buy the smallest turkeys because they were always trying to sell us 20-pound turkeys, and they were too large for
too big. Well, that's the thing with turkey. You want to get as big as possible. You can eat it for the whole week.
Yeah, but then you get to the third day. You get to the third day and you can't have turkey anymore.
No, I kind of like, we don't get a big enough turkey. We only get a turkey crown, and then we have turkey. We have Christmas Day turkey. We have Boxing Day. I did a cooking Boxing Day where we do bubble and squeak, which is like all the veggies all thrown into the pan and fried up and then we have turkey and ham with it. And then on the 27th, I put all the turkey, all the ham, any vegetables left over, make a soup out of it with big, thick, chunky soup, and it's lovely. So it's weird. I hardly cook at all, but on the 26th and 27th, I do the cooking for some reason. It's just become a tradition. I like to play Christmas carols and drink a bit of wine and a bit of cider and get slightly merry whilst I'm messing around in the kitchen, making a mess. The food's all right.
Yeah. Then my sister, she always does my sister and my mom, they always do chocolate mousse and custard rice for dessert, which we then take to my cousins.
Is that like rice pudding? We call it rice pudding, probably.
Yeah, it's like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Got plenty of sweets, chocolates, and stuff to eat as well, and crisps and nuts, and
yeah. Then we save the shrimp. We don't have shrimp, but we do save the shrimp for New Year's Eve. Gotta have shrimp.
Okay. Yeah, occasionally we get some prawns. But yeah, we have Lisa's dad makes sausage rolls, and we just pig out and eat what we fancy when we fancy it. Really, it's all good. It's all good fun. I normally get a bottle of port every year. Because every time I ever drink port, because I have cheese and biscuits, and I like it with like a nice. But I'm trying to economize this year because I'm skint, so I didn't bother this year. Never mind. It's probably for the best. I've got enough.
Right.
I've got enough in the gut department. I don't need any more.
The thing here is, fish is getting expensive here, and because the boats have to travel farther, and with fuel prices going up.
Yeah. I take it you're all sadly missing the UK there in Europe. You all cry. I think the Spanish are crying into their sangria, and you're probably crying into your port or whatever.
No, because when we have about 66% of the Europeans sea economic zone in Portuguese territory.
Right.
And when we don't have fish in our waters, we go to Morocco, not to the north. We fish for cod in Iceland and Norway.
Right, fair enough. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, I mean, I don't know an awful lot about fishing in the UK, but apparently the fish that we catch in the UK waters, we don't eat in the UK. So it was always, I don't know what fish we do catch, but apparently our market was always in Europe. And we fucking cut our own throats for this stupid Brexit, so we can't actually sell the fish that we catch in the market that we used to sell it in. It's like, wow, absolutely crazy.
Mm-hmm. Ray, you want to explain Boxing Day to Bill?
It's just the day after Christmas. I'm not too sure. I don't feel it has something to do with boxes, but yeah, I think it had something to do with servants. It's more like the High Parliament would give boxes to their servants or some weird thing like that. I really don't know what the historic nature.
Yeah, it must be. We the lords of the manor open the presents, and you servants can have the boxes.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, clear the boxes away. Yeah, I never really know what it was about. Basically, just another day off work if you are working. You know, it's another another holiday. Not Americans wouldn't have it because they don't like to have their people to have days off. They like to get them to work as much as possible for as little money as possible because that's capitalism. Yay! Oh dear. And then you collapse from too much work.
Next year, I'm going to see if I can go back to the groove of going to comics events. I only went to the Comic Con to do the Mike Grell's panel because I was invited to do so. The person who invited me, she's a longtime comic book editor in Portugal. She knows a lot of people, and she asked you to do something. It's because she wants something done right, and you want to do it because she's actually a wonderful person. And even for competitors trying to publish books, she'll give them a hand and explain how it is. And so yeah, when she asked me, I just jumped on the opportunity. If the actual organizers had asked me when they then said, "Oh, Mike Grell's not coming. You have to do the panel online." Yeah, I was at the table. Then I had. With a camera pointed towards me, and I saw Mike Grell's face in front of me in the screen, and the audience was seeing the big screen behind me.
Right. It was a bit trepidatious, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it ended up being pretty good because Mike Grell's a wonderful speaker, and if I could have talked for 2 hours with him, I would have. I actually managed to record it, although I'm not sure if I'll be able to publish it because my cell phone is not a good sound recorder. But
right, that's a shame.
Mm-hmm.
Someone else might have filmed it though, mightn't they? And you possibly.
Yeah, well, they filmed it, but they never put the organizers. They filmed it, but they didn't. They never put full videos of the panels on their YouTube channel. So
right. Oh well. Never mind.
But I do have a couple.
I think it was all in English because I suppose he speaks Portuguese, so it was all in.
No,
English.
it's all in English. Yeah. The thing, there was supposed to be a French guy who was doing Lucky Luke. He didn't come.
No.
Mathieu Bonhomme.
It's all because of COVID.
Yeah. Paco Roca from Spain didn't come. Roca was actually ill that day.
Right. That was. You go, babe. Cheers.
Hi, Lisa.
Paola says hi. She says hi back. Yeah, no sign of this bloody real engineer supposed to have come at 8:00, but never mind. Oh, well.
We do have a good thing that I like to go to, which is in my family's hometown. It's mostly an art festival. We do get a few guests from France and Spain and Belgium.
Yeah,
but everyone who likes comics, who I know, here in the Lisbon metropolitan area, we all go down south just to be there. So it's like I'm meeting everyone I already know, but we're like 120 miles away.
Oh, it's an occasion though. It's gonna... I've been to one con in the whole of my life, and I never bothered getting anything signed or talking to any of the people who were there. I just went and bought comic books. That's what I did. And so I like there's a London comic mart. I like to go to that when I can because it's just literally just stalls of people selling comics, and that's all I'm interested in really. I've never been good at knowing who done what or who wrote what. I just like reading the stories and owning the comic books kind of thing. Mike Grell, I remember he did the Longbow Archer, didn't he? The Longbow Hunter.
Yeah, the Longbow Hunters from Green Arrow and Warlord. He created Warlord, and then he created Star Slayer, but he gave the book away, and he did something else at First Comics called John Sable Freelance, which is my favorite work.
I've heard of that. Yeah, I've heard of that.
Here's Jay Fairclough. Hi. Hey Jay, I will pick up the carrot stick bag and the fries and the onion rings. Lefty Blues is also with us. Hi, Lefty.
A healthy diet, a little bit of everything.
Yeah, you have the healthy diet with the greasy food. yeah. When I read Mike Grell even online was pretty amazing. If he had actually come, I would have made sure that I went to dinner with him. Just to talk more with it because I didn't even have a chance to ask him about Shaman Steers and we didn't cover much of the work that he did, where he only did the art with Cary Bates like in Legion of Superheroes.
Right. Yeah, Shaman's Tears. Well, I've seen him passing, but never read it.
Yeah, you too, Jay. Thanks for dropping by. But stay a while, okay? We're still talking comics. Yeah.
Did you ever read much 2000 AD stuff?
No. 2000 stuff was not published here when I was a kid. Although we did have the European comics publisher got the rights to publish one of the Batman Judge Dredd crossovers in European format. So we got that. It's only when DC was putting out all those trade collections of 2000 AD material. I bought the first Nemesis, the Warlock. I got DR and Quench.
Right.
I was buying the entire Nikolai Dante. I love that. That's
I never read Nikolai Dante. I thought I stopped collecting it by that point. I think I've seen one or two. I wasn't that impressed, but yeah, DR and Quench is good. That's Alan Moore, isn't it?
Yeah, Alan Moore and Alan Davis.
With Halo Jones as well. That was one of Moore did. Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, I think Halo Jones was published in a Spanish magazine called CIMOC, which is comic backwards.
Right, yeah. Well done. Yeah.
No, Halo Jones. Comics. I think it was, but later. When that magazine had 2 volumes. The first one was canceled after 10. The first one had Strontium Dog in it.
Right. Yeah, I love Strontium Dog.
Yeah, because
Carlos Esquerra is one of my favorite artists.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why they got it because being a Spanish magazine, they wanted to being done by Carlos Esquerra. Yeah,
he was great. I love his art. Really good artist. Like all the faces got character. They really got like kind of humor as well in them. And he did like Stainless Steel Rat. I think it was Harry Hamlin, was it? And it was made into comics in 2000 AD. That was a really good one as well.
Yeah. What did I just remember that? I've never read the Slime comic, but I have a novel. I bought it. Slime. Yeah. It's Slime because it has an accent over the A.
Slonye. I've been told it's pronounced Slonye. Apparently, that's what I was told. It's like Irish kind of pronunciation or something. I don't know. The Irish have got weird spellings of stuff. Like Banshee is spelled Beansidhe, and that's pronounced Banshee. But it's it looks more like Bean City. Samain or whatever is pronounced Sarwin or something like weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We did have British comics in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, but they were those IPC war magazines.
Right. Oh, the war magazine, like Battle and.
Yeah.
And that's where Esquerra started off in those kind of magazines, Battle and Action, that kind of stuff.
Commando.
Yeah, Commando. You never got any of our silly humor comics like Beano?
No.
That kind of thing.
No. When it comes to newspaper strips, it was usually easier to get the rights to American stuff.
Yeah.
people who are much older than me, they grew up reading Prince Valiant and the Phantom. I love the Phantom myself, and Rip Kirby was also published here. Big Ben Bolt. There were a couple of British ones. Garth. Garth was. I used to read Garth in the newspaper when I was a kid.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah. Touch Dread had a strip as well for a while. Yeah, the strip. I think it's still going. I'm not sure now. Yeah, Phantom's a character that's completely passed me by. I mean, I saw the film, but I've never read a single comic. I never even seen a comic with him. Same with like the Spirit, another one I never like people talk about a lot, but I never actually saw anything of.
Yeah, the Phantom comic. They produce original stories in Norway and in Australia.
Yeah, I was gonna say I heard the Phantom is very big in Australia. Yeah, it's funny how things happen like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Sometimes you hear about certain comic being very famous in a certain country, and why?
Yeah. I was that the Alan Moore, the Miracle Man. Like I was reading that for the first time, talking about it was originally like a British publisher took Captain Marvel Shazam and was printing it in the UK, and when they no longer could do it because the copyright ran out or something, they changed the name. And I was reading that, I thought, is this kind of some meta made up like pretend origin? I was reading it, I thought it was all a work, like it was all like a made up kind of thing. I thought, this is really intricate. This is Alan Moore's really outdone himself with this this imagined scenario. But apparently it was all true, unless it was, and I was fooled. And I was double fooled. I'm not too sure. I'm still not sure. To this day, if it was actually probably was that. Yeah.
Yeah, I have Miracle Man in 2 volumes. One is larger than the other. One is the full Alan Moore stories, and the other is the Neil Gaiman stories. And the full Alan Moore stories, it's like one omnibus edition that was co-published with a Polish publisher. Here in Portugal, it was co-published with so we got all the plates together to make sure it was printed in the same place. And that edition does not exist in the English language.
Okay.
All of the Alan Moore stories in one sitting.
I only read them recently for the first time. Only a couple of years ago, I read them for the first time. I think I actually read them online. I don't think I've got trades of it. I don't think I have. I think I read them online, and I read about 2 issues of the Neil Gaiman version. I was like, yeah, okay, I've read as much as I need to read now. I just didn't bother reading anymore. He wasn't catching me with his take on the character.
Yeah, well, about 15 years ago or so, I went to Porto to meet a friend of mine from online, and he had the full run of Warrior, and he said, if you email Des Skin, he'll send you all the magazines. He still had a warehouse of them.
Probably. I had a few Warriors. Like I just picked up. I don't even know where they got them somehow, and I ended up selling them. Didn't even realize the significance of them. To be honest, that was a long time ago. I suppose they go for much anyway. Maybe you had the first appearance of, because that was V for Vendetta in there as well, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
As well
it came from there.
What
was the other thing? Big Ben or Sir Ben? Or
well, I don't recognize that one. I need to read V for Vendetta again, because when I watched the film, I was like, I know they always change the film. I was watching the film, this is not how I remembered it. And I was like, I must go back and read V for Vendetta again. It's been I haven't read it since I watched the film though. I need to go back and watch it, because I thought I remember it being something happening one way, and it wasn't that in the film. And I thought maybe I just read it wrong. Maybe I didn't understand the book, and I'm like, I must go back and double check.
Nope, they changed it.
Okay.
Let's pick up another comic. Let's pick up another comic here. Oh yeah, how about a comic in Spanish?
All right. Going back to Enigma, because you sort of reason it jumped into my head because you were talking about the narrator. Did you ever read? Did you ever read Enigma?
No.
Oh, because the narrator is really, really interesting in that. If you ever get around to reading it, it's really cool.
Okay, so what I got here? This comic is called Ciudad, the City, The writer is Ricardo Barreiro, and the artist is Juan Jimenez, who is better known to English-speaking audience as the artist on the first Meta Barons series. And this comic is in black and white. The guy just wakes up in a city that stretches out for miles and miles, and it's practically empty, but it's fully functional. And it has like pockets of urban tribes living in them. And
is it like Twilight Zone-esque? Is it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Twilight Zone story, waking up in a strange city.
Yeah. Let me see where I can show the city here. The guy's just walking, and all of a sudden, he's not in Paris anymore.
Okay. Rue l'Elf. L'Elf? Is that Rue l'Elf?
Rue l'Elf.
Aliens. It's got to be aliens.
Yeah, they don't actually explain why. They never do. They're just there. And this is
sounds a bit like Green Lantern Mosaic, where the aliens took different pieces of different cities and different planets and made a mosaic patchwork of them all on one planet, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds a bit like that.
Let me see if there's a place where they actually managed to see the city. Yeah. The city is mostly empty, but it's fully functional. It's got buildings. It's got supermarkets. It's got but the stores aren't being attended to, and you have there isn't enough food, so they have to scrounge for whatever they can.
Right. So no one's restocking the food or nothing like that.
Mm-hmm. And finding gas for the car, and they can't leave the car, otherwise they may lose it.
Right.
Because they're never sure if it's still there when they go back, because they're never sure if they can go back to the same street.
Oh, weird.
Yeah,
so the landscape's constantly changing, kind of thing. So they go up one street, and when they come back down the street, it's different, is it?
Yeah, here's the thing. You can see the city here, and if you see from here, you have the layout of the city. But if you walk to the place that you want to go, you're not sure if you're going to get there.
Right.
And the story is the auto supermarket. They find the auto supermarket where you can buy stuff. The thing is, it doesn't accept any money that they have, and then it doesn't let them leave, and it starts hunting them. The automated systems.
Nice.
Yeah.
That sounds interesting.
Mm. Yeah. The funny thing about this story,
does it have
these
a
guys
proper
are.
ending though, or is it just like you just left vague?
Yeah, they let it vague. The Ethernaut appears in the last story that's in this book. So, right, this is the last story, and they let it vague. I think Barreiro wanted to continue the story, but Jimenez wasn't available to do more. These guys are Argentinian. This comic was first published in Italy. And it's only after being published in Italy that there was a Spanish edition being published in Spain. Okay. Hey, we got another person here, so I'm going to add in Jay Fairclaw. How's it going, man?
I'm pretty good, you?
I'm okay. How's Ireland like?
Ireland? I'm in Canada now.
You're where?
I'm in Canada.
Are you in Canada? What are you doing in Canada, man?
I got married. Don't do it.
Oh. Took a wrong turn at Albuquerque, ended up in Canada.
Yeah, story of my life. So what's good? What's anything new with you? It's been a while.
Yeah. If you notice, I kind of dropped down of Twitter, and then with all the bad stuff that's coming out of Marvel and DC, then I kind of finally had the excuse to drop it when I was a year without buying comics. And when I came back, my taste had changed.
A couple of months ago, like I think it was last month, I deleted it.
Mm-hmm.
Best thing that's ever happened: deleting social media, staying off the grid, and it's really good.
Yeah, I've been showing up in a few other people's channels. Graphic Man on Wednesday evenings, and on Jared Osborne's on Friday evenings.
Oh, nice.
And we talk comics.
How does it feel not to be on social media?
Yeah, basically it's the best. I'm still on Facebook because all of the people I know here in Portugal are on Facebook.
Delete Facebook.
I should, yeah.
Facebook is, I don't see as much of a problem. It's so dead on there anyway. You know what I mean? It's just dead. I scroll down it every now and again. I don't get any. I try and share my stuff on there occasionally. It doesn't get me anywhere because no one's really on there.
Yeah,
It feels
that's
like
the
it's
yeah, that's
like
the
a
thing.
wasteland nowadays.
If you put your YouTube link on Twitter, people will see it and they will click it. If you put it on Facebook, nobody cares.
Nah,
They
people
don't.
just like to complain about the lives on Facebook.
Yeah.
That's you. One of my best friends was saying, I think it was the other week. He said, "I do miss a good Facebook fight. You know, when everybody's like cussing their exes out, family problems, stuff like that. It's like, so your fucking lives out."
Yeah, but I meet
Darren.
up with Spike. Oh, there's Werewolf by lunchtime. What's going on? I met up, Jay. I met with. I still follow Spike Valentine. He's on Facebook, and he got one of his posts deleted because he made a joke about something.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Spike Valentine. I can't remember what it was. Wonder Woman '84.
He's always getting into trouble.
Yeah.
I remember last time I was speaking to Spike, I ended up on a live stream with him, I don't know, years ago with Nightwolf, and I was that drunk. It's just craziness. But yeah, Spike's is a good guy. I've got a lot of time for him. He's a bit crazy, but I like crazy people. What can I say?
I don't get too drunk when I'm streaming. It's a dangerous recipe for disaster.
Yeah, but you do the beer show.
Oh yeah, I don't get that drunk on that though.
You're just tasting.
Well, I just get a bit excitable, a bit manic, but yeah, nothing too terrible. Not throwing up drunk.
Yeah, I've been a part of them live streams where everybody's drunk. I haven't thrown up yet.
Yeah.
That's when I used to drink. Quit drinking.
No.
I got bored of it, just like Twitter.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that YouTube wasn't around when I was in my 20s, because I would have probably been a mess on there. I would have thought. I probably would have gone on. I don't know. I probably wouldn't have done it because I was too busy going out to the pub, so I probably wouldn't have done YouTube when I was at that age anyway. So
that's one of the reasons why I will never do YouTube, because won't I be banned in the next 24 hours with the things what come out of my mouth?
so instead you go on other people's channels and get banned on there.
Oh, basically, yeah.
Yeah, there is one channel when I sometimes was on, sometimes it was just in the chat where me and a bunch of other European guys, we all complain about the European Union.
Oh, the Union.
Yeah. The channel's Modwayne, and Modwayne's Dutch. We have an English guy, an Irish guy, an Austrian guy.
I mean, they're the best kind of people. I'm just saying, half Irish myself, so you got to trust us Irish. We'll do nothing wrong. Now, if you ever like stories about how drunk people get from the Irish, then believe everything. Shit goes down.
Yeah. I used to put gigs on. There was an Irish band come over to play at the headline, and the singer was so drunk he fell off the stage about 4 times, but he just carried on. He just got up, carried on singing, fell off the stage again, got back on the stage, carried on singing, fell off the stage again. He was absolutely rat-ass. But
that's what you want.
He did his stuff, you know. It's good memories.
Feels weird being on a live stream actually sober. I don't know how I can do this.
You just speak.
Yeah. Comics. We're all out of comics now.
Well, I was speaking to Captain Cummings a couple last week, and I was just speaking to him about omnibuses, graphic novels, and all of a sudden it triggered this. I just want to start buying graphic novels again because there were a huge hiatus where I didn't buy anything for a long period of time. I think the last thing I ever bought was it the complete library editions of the Hellboy, and I gave them to my oldest brother for a Christmas present, so I'm in good graces with him.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm buying now because I'm buying stuff that's made in France or Spain, and by either Portuguese editions or the originals. You can afford to be Portuguese and not know at least 2 foreign languages, so you can make sure you get good comics. But yeah, the thing is, the year that I spent without buying comics finally gave me the excuse to dump Marvel and DC, which I was still buying out of habit and not because I was liking it. And all of a sudden, I'm all in the pseudo-intellectual on this stage, and I'm buying
the art form comics. The comics as an art form.
Yeah, but I mean, let me show you. Actually, let me show you something really cool first. Uh,
Please don't be a gimp suit.
no, this is Elric. Here's the thing. Yeah, this story, this is one of the Titan editions. It's in English, but this is the first Elric comic book story, which is not his appearance on Conan. It was a French comic, which was actually created as an art exhibit.
That's nice.
Yeah, and the artist is Drouillet, who is one of the founders of Metal Hurlant, whose American edition was heavy metal.
Does he have a funny little elf hat in that one? Because I got the first Conan in Marvel. He's got a weird little red elf hat in the whole story. He looks really weird.
No, this is it. This is the first time anyone ever drew Elric in a comic. It's this.
Looks a lot more brooding and like.
That's the one I'll probably get tattooed on me.
Badass. Yeah. That first appearance in Conan, he looks like an elf. He looks really weird.
You know how hard it is to get the omnibus, the big omnibus of Conan nowadays? It's really hard to get hold of it.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is it. This came out in 1970 in France. This is the actual first appearance of Elric in comics, and most people in the US don't know.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah,
it doesn't count if it's outside the US, mate. But
the thing,
we lot don't care about the US.
Yeah, but actual Elric fans would know about this, and they wanted it. And having this in English for the first time should guarantee that they buy this book. Came out in 1970, only published in English in 2019.
The first time I saw Elric was in was it Epic magazine from Marvel. I think he had 2 issues. I think he had a 2-part story over 2 issues of Epic. So yeah.
Right, let's see if I can get all this fucking graphic novel. I know they've just released the American Vampire Omnibus. I really want that. It's a really good run. Okay, hardcover.
Werewolf by Lunchtime is seeing that he wants a new Asterix. I'm not currently buying, and I gotta ban this one. Excuse me.
Your dreams online.
Let's go going outside, mate.
It's a lot of spammers recently.
Yeah.
I used to love dealing with them on Twitter.
Yeah. And there's another graphic novel that I bought. This is the Portuguese edition of a French. It's a direct adaptation of Bram Stoker's Dracula.
That covers nice.
Yeah. The artist is called Georges Besse. He's just published an adaptation of Frankenstein in France. So yeah, and this art is absolutely gorgeous. This is the first pages introducing Mina.
Does that make it Frankenstein if he's published it in France?
This guy's great. He has his own style. This is not something that you find. The guy was famous for creating being the artist on the White Llama. And Ears is Dracula.
Okay, that's badass.
Totally.
It's quite psychedelic background there.
I
do love stuff like that.
Is that Art Nouveau like Dracula?
I think this is a good adaptation. I mean, the Count's concubines when they introduced the. I gotta show this.
Yeah.
Like what I love this.
What's the name of that book you're holding again? I know it's Dracula, by who?
It's Dracula, and the artist is called Georges Besse, and the Georges is written by like in the writer Georges Sand, with an S at the end of George.
All right.
Okay.
There's a very well famous footballer called George Best. But no S on the end of George.
Yeah, and not buying superheroes frees up a lot of money to buy stuff like this Dracula.
Here he is. Guess how much it is. Ooh, not bad at all.
Can you share it?
I don't know
I'm
how to
still
share screens.
superhero central.
How do I do this?
Superhero still what I buy normally.
You either in the share button at the bottom you press share screen and you look then you press share screen again and you look around for the window that you want to share.
You know I have 2 screens, right?
You do?
Right. Mm,
I didn't know you could share on somebody else's stream. I've seen other people doing it. I was like, I didn't know you could.
I don't know how the resolution is going to turn out, so I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
I've got two big 34-inch 4K monitors, so I don't know how that's going to turn out. Right, let me try it. Share, screen share.
Yeah, I think you got a choice of share screen, share window.
Right, screen share with two monitors. Works best in good computer. Use Chrome if you like to share audio. Fuck Chrome. Don't show these tips again because I'm not clicking share screen.
Okay. Oh.
Never mind then.
But it's in the UK it's £16.76.
It's not bad for that big book.
I wish I could show you the Witcher one, what I've got for Christmas, but I'm not allowed to open it. The wife would kick my ass. You do not fuck with Italian women.
Right. So, okay. So why did you move to Canada rather than Italy?
Because my missus is from Canada.
Oh, okay. It was Italian heritage, is it? Or
She's full on Italian. That's what I mean. Don't fuck with Italian
and
women.
she moved to Canada.
No, she lived there all her life.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
So I suppose then the family retains their entire Italianness.
Dude, I'm. It's weird being a part of that family. It's like you think the Godfather when you actually see it, like the actual normal people.
So you won't be sleeping with the fishes if you open your present early.
Something like that.
Once I was at a race and I was looking at I was seeing the Italian driver for the Honda team, and he was talking to the race engineer, and I was like 200 yards away, but I could understand all of their conversation just by their hand movements. I've
started doing it. I've always done things with my hands like hand movements or that one, the favourite one, wanker. Well, yeah, my wife's the vice president, so she's worked hard for it.
All right, cool.
So, yeah, life is good. A happy wife is a happy life. Unless she comes out with the sharpest cooking utensil in the kitchen. You all ready for Christmas?
Got some last minute food shopping to do. Few ciders to cap.
Oh, I did all that.
Kind of stuff. Yeah.
Have a nice cider, nice glass. Me, it will just be water and Christmas dinner. Reading the graphic novel. Probably trolling people on the Xbox like normal. But that's it.
Yeah, I'm going to be Christmas. I'm going to be mostly offline during Christmas dinner tomorrow. I'm going to be at the table, and then for the Christmas day, I'm off to meet the cousins in the end. So yeah, no access to.
Right, let me show you the size of this fucking book.
I tend to just sit around and watch like terrible old TV shows, like on like Christmas special. I tend to watch a lot of Carry On movies quite often. You know the old Carry On.
Oh, the Carry On.
Yeah.
Why don't you watch?
I watch them like every year. It seems like.
This is the size of the book. If you can see it. How big it is.
That is very large.
Yeah. Oh, it's wrapped. I couldn't work out what was the cover of. That's a weird cover. It's Christmas wrapping.
No, I really can't open it until
no,
Christmas.
Definitely not. No, of course not. For some reason, I was trying to work out what I had to do with. I've forgotten what it was now, but The Witcher. I thought that's weird. Witcher pictures.
You know, The Witcher. It's based on the novels and the TV series. Yeah. And I read the first volume. Was it Smut Glass? Really good, very graphic. It's very mature reading wise. I wouldn't recommend it for kids.
Right. I only watched the TV show. I had the game. I couldn't bother with it. I played the game for about 5 minutes. And I'm like, I can't bother with this.
Which one? The Wild Hunt?
Witcher 3?
Yeah, there's a brilliant game. Like it's a huge learning curve if you like your RPG games. Me, I've always been into my RPGs like Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
I like Magic the Gathering, but I would not get into buying the cards because I've already got too many expensive fucking hobbies as it is.
I don't sort of like computer games. They're not role playing games, are they? People say role playing games. They're not role playing games. Role playing games is like you're sitting around a table rolling dice and making it up as you go along. I don't see these. They call them RPGs. I never really consider them to be RPGs, although that's what they like to call them. But I've just got to the phrase like I used to play loads of games, but now I've just got to the game that I like, or two games that I like. I don't play anything but I play nothing but Fallout 4 and
Fallout 4 is
Skyrim.
Amazing. Skyrim is amazing.
Fallout 4 and Skyrim. I can't bother. Every time I get a new game, like my brother keeps saying, "Oh, play The Last of Us." I played it. For
Tell
one
me the
evening,
truth. How many times have you bought Skyrim?
A few times. Not actually, because I've got my girlfriend's son has got an Xbox. I bought an Xbox version for when I'm around my girlfriend's. And I bought a PS4 version for when I was at home. And I think I bought the was it PS3 originally? I can't even remember now. I think it was originally PS3, wasn't it? And then it came out, and then it went on the PS4. So I think I've got the PS4 version as well.
Yeah, there's the anniversary edition. What's just come out now? I mean, if you got this, I can't force myself to buy it because I've already bought Skyrim Special Edition, and basically Bethesda's is shutting all the modders on the PC side with this edition.
Right, they took all the mods and incorporated it into the game, didn't they? Something.
Yeah, now you could do fishing and stuff, and they've added new content from the modder side. New armor from Morrowind. Morrowind was such a great game. Elder Scrolls 3.
That's weird though. Morrowind, I literally, it's one of them games I picked up. I played it for one evening and I was like, you know what, I can't bothered. And I stopped playing it. I literally got killed like non-stop every time I tried to get into a fight, and it was just like, oh, I can't bother with this.
Yeah. it's with back then with the Morrowind, you remember them days when you had like a piece of paper when you were playing them old school like RPG games where you have to write everything down and try and figure out everything. It's like Morrowind to me is a true RPG. It's amazing. It was groundbreaking at the time, and the soundtrack. That soundtrack is amazing.
I think I kind of like was thinking too RPG because I remember the one time I did play it, I killed someone on random just because I felt like it, and I took something that I'd got from somebody else and stuck it on their body or near their body, thinking, they're going to see that and think that person did it. And I thought, I don't think it's quite. And after I thought, no, I don't think it's quite going to work like that, is it? It's not that kind of level of RPG-ness, but that's what I spent the whole of the evening going around stealing things out of barrels, and then
another great game is Neverwinter Nights Dungeons and Dragons. If you ever played that, it's just come to Xbox.
Right. Yeah. No, I gave up on games. Just literally Fallout and Skyrim. That's all I can bother with now.
I'll tell you a good game to check out. What's like it's made by Obsidian. What made Fallout New Vegas? It's called Outer Worlds. Really good game. I can't wait for the second one.
Right.
It's gonna be good. And I started playing. Is it Dragon Age Inquisition?
I've heard the name.
Really good. Really good game. I like anything with a rich lore.
I just literally every game since they came out, I start and after about an hour, they're all right, but it's not Skyrim or it's not Fallout, and I just unplug and go back to one of them games instead.
You're too hooked on Fallout. I know somebody like who just constantly plays Fallout. It's because of the mods.
I don't play as much as I don't play all the time, but when I do play a game, I'll go in there. I just like to roam around and kill a few things or do some building. It's kind of like relaxing. Yeah, I've got to think about it.
It's the choices what you can make in Skyrim and Fallout. I think you can be an absolute CUNT in that game. What I normally do when I play Skyrim, I just skip the main quest line and go around pottering around doing the side quests and stuff. I'm like, we got to do dragons now. Let's go.
Once you've done the main quest enough time, literally, I think the last 4 playthroughs of Fallout, I just completely ignore. I just go around. I just like building stuff, so I like to unlock settlements and build. So that's all I do.
Yeah, I mean, Fallout 76 is the online version of Fallout. I remember playing when it first came out. I pre-ordered it like an idiot.
Yeah,
and they gave us half an hour to test out the beta. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? So the game came out. It was buggy as fuck. And through the years, it's just progressing. And yes, it's really good. It's because I was playing as a female character. My wife says, "Why do you always play as a female character online?" It's like, because people give you free shit. That's why.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's really good. But Skyrim were groundbreaking.
Yeah.
I'll tell you another one to play out is Dragon's Dogma.
Okay.
It's
I can't
cheap.
bother. Too expensive. I can't. Like,
If you go on what platform do you normally game on?
PS4 normally.
Right, let me have a look on CD keys, Dragon's Dog. Xbox is £7 for 50p. The
Right.
PC version is £6,
That's pretty cheap.
and it's on Steam. So if
Right,
you go
yeah.
onto cdkeys.com, there is loads of games there for any platform for free. Where do you think I picked up the new Battlefield from today for £30? I won't pay full price for that.
Okay. So just a digital version, I guess.
Yeah, basically what you do, you sign up, make your account, like I'm on the website now, and you put your details in. They email you the code, what you have to put in, and it's pretty cheap. Let me see how much
Okay.
Fallout is. Fallout 76. They do them on different, like UK, it's £21. The Game of the Year edition for Fallout 4 is £6.50p.
Okay. Interesting.
So saves you some money there, right? If you want to buy any new games.
Do you game at all, Paolo?
Nope.
Does
I've
he look
never-
like a gamer?
Yeah, I've never owned a gaming console, and I always keep my computers for 5 or 6 years, and I only have a working laptop. I got a pirated version of Civilization 5, and that's the only thing I have here.
You know what? I'm just shaking my head at you.
You should at least have Lemmings. Lemmings is a good game.
I used to play Microprose's Formula 1 Grand Prix back in the 90s, but that was it. In Sin City. It was never about the games with the computer.
Yeah, I never play games on computer either, really. I've got literally, I only think I play Free Cell all the time. I wake up in the morning, I play a bit of Free Cell. Gonna go to sleep, I play a bit of Free. I'm level 3000 at the moment. I just hit level 3000 on the expert level on Free Cell. So it's like, yay! Not that it's gonna win me any prizes or nothing, but you know, I wonder how many people in the world have got to that level on the game. You know, I wish there was some kind of charts I could check. See if I'm the only one who plays that game to that kind of level.
Yeah. Funny thing I saw is that I used to be a motorsports journalist, and I know a lot of people from auto racing, and there's a bunch of them coming in from esports that are actually translated into good racing drivers.
Oh.
Nissan used to have a racing academy for kids who came from Gran Turismo. The team was based in the UK. The guy run by a guy called Bob Neville, and the guy that went the furthest was this kid from Wales called Jan Mardenborough. He went up as far as GP3, which is like current Formula 3, 2 steps below Formula 1. And he was a professional in Japan in the Super GT series for a number of years. A few of the other guys, they had a 4 or 5 year careers. And that Martin kid was the one who did best. So yeah, it was pretty good. Oh, there's another one.
Doesn't even say anything. This must be a website, is it?
No, I'm just doing a little bit of game hunting. You got me thinking about games now. I've always just bought some today.
Yeah, I don't play enough to be. I'm not even gonna bother. Just stick
This
to
is my
the two that I
problem.
like.
This is my problem. I buy a game and I don't even finish it. I think I 100% completed Assassin's Creed Origins, Odyssey, DLCs. That took me 125 hours, Odyssey.
Blimey.
Open world, but I did like the lore and the Greek mythology.
Is Fallout New Vegas on PS4? Can you get it on PS4? Is it only PS3 still? Because I had the PS3 version, and literally none of the blinking add-ons would work. It literally would lag like.
It's only on PC and Xbox.
Right, fair enough.
Sucks because it's a great game.
Yeah, I was never able to play the DLCs because they didn't work on the PS3.
Oh, if you if you get it for PC, the Ultimate Edition with everything, it comes with everything, is £3.
Right. Yeah, I don't play on the PC. I'm not sure. I never played on a PC. This PC's a piece of crap now as well. This PC's this PC. I can't type anything with a D because the D key doesn't work, and I have to plug in a separate mouse sometimes because the keypad doesn't want to work either. But it's never mind.
Yeah. I've been trying to get hold of the new Xbox, but there's no in stock.
PS5s are rarer than Rocking Horse shit, in there apparently. People
I remember when the first got released, the PlayStation 5, and all these stories started coming out that the delivery drivers were stealing them and stuff, like taking them out of the box, putting things inside of it to make sure it feels the right way and stuff. Like fucking idiots.
Screwed. And the thing is, that's kind of awkward. You get that home and you find it has got a PS5 in it. Try taking it back to the shop and they would obviously believe that you've stolen it and put something else in it, wouldn't they? You know
because what they were doing was they were saying it's delivered.
Yeah.
And then putting it there, and then when people opened up the boxes and stuff, they were finding like cooking utensils, cat food, pasta.
Yeah.
Do you still need physical media to play a game on Xbox or PlayStation?
I use it digital.
What?
I use digital.
Only digital. Yeah. So you buy you buy access. You don't actually own the game. You can play. Can you play offline?
Which one are you on about? Xbox.
Yeah. Well, any of them.
Basically, if you want to play online, you have to pay a subscription.
Yeah. That's why I never played Fallout 74. I couldn't bother to pay for £50 for a game and then £50 for a subscription. It's like, nah, screw that.
Well, I just paid 12 months Xbox subscription today for the code. I think I paid only £35 for it.
Yeah, no, I can't be bothered. My brother bought me one PS4 subscription as a Christmas present, and I was like, what does it even do? I wasn't even sure what I was supposed to be doing with it. Apparently, there was some free games I could have downloaded, which, yeah. It just seemed like
it's always good when you game share.
Yeah.
It's always good. Well, right, gents, I've got to go. It was a pleasure to meet you and talk to you.
Yeah,
no problem.
Follow up next time you speak to
have a good Christmas.
Team. You too, brother. Next time you see Angling Team, call him a bald-headed bitch for me, please.
I usually show up when he's doing his auctions, and I show up in the last 15 minutes. Because it goes on for all night, and I wake up, and I show up, and then anybody says, "Well, Paul's here, shut it all down."
Mm-hmm. And next time you see Venkman, tell him to bring me my coffee.
No, Venkman and Professor Pixel now have their own channel with puppets, the geeky puppet show, and they do readings and reviews in funny voices.
Fine.
That's something we need Class A's to deal with.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot off as well, actually, because I've just want to get on with my day. Going to make a video or something.
All right, dude. Right, the rest of you enjoy your Christmas. Stay safe and have a good one, please.
You too, man.
See you later, Paolo. Okay. I'm going to shoot off as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be on for a while now. Genome was here. He says he's going to get home and then when he shows up, when he's home, see if he shows up again. Then I'll talk. It's what 5:40. Yeah, I'll be on until about 7:30 or something.
Then you got another stream later as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna do something either at 10 or 11. I've already talked to Jared and Scott. Jared's available. Scott doesn't believe he will be, but I'll be posting it in Twitter again, and maybe here on.
Well, have a good Christmas anyway.
Yeah, you too, man.
Yeah, mate.
See you later. Bye. Okay, so it looks like I'm here alone. Who else do we have watching? Are you still here, Werewolf? Yeah, I'm going to show some more comics then. Okay, let's go for some weird stuff. Or not. what do we have here? Oh, nice. Yeah. Doctor Strange, Strange Tales. This is that Doctor Strange run that people usually forget about because Doctor Strange was canceled in 1986 or 87 and only started again in 1990. But in between, it appeared in a new Strange Tales anthology where it shared space with Cloak and Dagger. And yeah, this story's kind of became forgotten, but they're actually pretty good. I mean, here it looks like they don't pull out they don't pull any punches here with Doctor Strange. He has to suffer more. There are bigger stakes here, and so I actually liked it. Actually, and it continue. Peter B. Gillis is writing this, and it takes over brings in some of the plot points from his original run, and of course we have one of the best character designs ever, which is Rintrah. Where's Rintrah? Yeah, here he is. Because this is from a time when we weren't getting Doctor Strange in the Brazilian and Portuguese magazines, so completely lost touch with it for a while. Yeah, no worries, man. As long as you can stay here, I'll be showing off a few more comics. Sarah Wolf and Wong. Usually the best part of a Doctor Strange comic for a while. The civilian team making sure that Doctor Strange is fed and pays his bills on time. And then there's a time here. Okay, oh, not this one. Right, Nightmare. There's a crossover with Cloak and Dagger here. And bringing back the dead defenders, like Manslaughter, who Greyman was talking about earlier, and Andromeda. I never found Nightmare to be particularly menacing. It was the first villain introduced in the very first Doctor Strange story, and so I think it was supposed to be a big deal. But every time he showed up, he was like, yeah. Okay, so he's an evil Sandman. Whatever. All right, this is the story that reintroduces Kalu, who was the Ancient One's best friend and then fiercest rival. And he comes back in this run, and he kind of becomes a new mentor to Strange, and he adapts fairly quickly to modern life because he was stuck in a Camartage for many years. This is where it's in this run that Doctor Strange loses his eye. Temporarily, of course. Maybe the fact that they were doing stuff that these were published as 11 pagers. So there's a lot going on in each installment that the series went through. So 19 issues, 11 pages each. There's less than 240 pages in total. And yeah, Peter B. Gillis is one of those writers that nobody appreciates. He's not well remembered. It's not a name that pops in. People remember from this era, from the 80s. They remember Claremont. They remember Mantlo, the Stern, Byrne, DeMatteis. and Peter B. Gillies never had a run in a big comic. It was here in Doctor Strange. It was the New Defenders, which was shortly before the comic got canceled to make way for X Factor. He had the Eternals miniseries, Strike Force Morituri. So yeah, unfortunately, he never became that big name that he deserved to be, because his characters are quite engaging, and he knows how to add both melodrama and real danger to the stories. I mean, here Doctor Strange is just brooding, but you kind of expect a good story just from him being broody. So yeah, turns out this is actually one of my favorite comics. Then when this is over, Doctor Strange moves into his new ongoing series, Doctor Strange Sorcerer Supreme, that went through where the character went through a number of different guises. Okay, what else can we find here? So we spoke about 2080 earlier, and here I have DR and Quench. Bub is here. Hi, Bub. You can start the stream now. Do you want to hop on? Let me get the link again. There's a StreamYard. You can come in if you want to. Yeah, I'm never entirely sure if this is the first time that Alan Moore and Alan Davis worked together, but this is the page from the first story, black and white, back when 2080 was fully black and white. Yeah. The thing is, I decided you're at work. Yeah, the thing I decided to do this today because tomorrow everybody's going to be with their families. Nobody has any time for proper streams, and I wanted to do one that was early in the morning in the morning in the US, if people were available. See if anybody could jump in. Yeah, I'm glad at least you can stop by. When I started this, I wasn't really sure if people were going to show up. I haven't done anything in my channel for a while. I'm always in somebody else's channel. And complete guide to DR and Quench. Yeah, there's interesting. I'm not sure you need a guide to this because, although yeah, there's so many colorful designs here, even in black and white, and yeah, like this guy over here. They are pretending to be in school. How do you do, fellow kids? Kind of poking a little fun at Greece. Yeah. This is the type of thing that you do if you're. Did you come up with if you were a Doctor Who fan, like Moore and Davis were? This is when they go off to war. Not a good idea. Yeah, but this was fun stuff. DR and Quench, as well. They also worked together some on Miracle Man, and of course on Captain Britain, where they came up with a very interesting storyline. Why the hell did I put this at the bottom? Now it's going to go at the bottom again. I took out a bunch of trades and just picking them at random. What else do we have here? Stop Star Slammers. A comic that people need to get. So. This is the IDW complete collection of Star Slammers by Walter Simonson. And even though I managed to get a hold of the original graphic novel, when this came out, I just needed to buy this because it's got all of the Star Slammer stories in here, including the strip that Simonson came up with for his college newspaper. In fact, the first installment was called Space Slammers. So, okay, let's see. Where's that? Here we are. It's not this one. No, this is an unpublished story. The RISD years. Here it is. Simonson's first quote-unquote professional work. It wasn't even called Star Slammers. It was the Space Slammers. And it's very much meant to be humorous. And it came out in his college newspaper. By the fourth installment, it was changed into the Star Slammers, and it rapidly morphed into something a bit more serious. So even as the Space Slammers on this third page, you can see it, and then in the fourth page it was the Star Slammers, and it's completely gone serious here. Well, it's still a bit, it's still completely raw, of course. I mean, this is very, very early Simonson, but it does work, and he's just experimenting with stuff. Page layout and trying to get the storytelling across. Interesting page design here. And then here, working with negative space. Literally space. And then the story just kept going and going. Yeah, but this time it's much better. Nothing like doing a new comics page every week to get the hang of how it's done. But you already see Simonson becoming Simonson, like with this figure here. And everything that we know of how Walter Simonson designs characters, it's here in this figure. It's beautiful. And to me, this is beautiful. This was even the original story. I mean, look at this. By this time, you could tell if this guy was not getting a real job in comics, it would have been a tremendous injustice. The final chapter from the original storyline. Still have the Crackadooms that we had later on. And there it is, the cover and first page for the Marvel graphic novel, Star Slammers. This was supposed to be an ongoing series at Epic Comics. It was supposed to be 3 comics that were going to launch Epic. It was Dreadstar by Jim Starlin, Star Slammers by Walter Simonson, and Ronin by Frank Miller. Simonson never produced a series. He only did the graphic novel, and Miller ended up taking Ronin to DC after going out for lunch one day with Jeanette Kahn. So Jeanette Kahn poached Frank Miller, and all of a sudden he was doing Batman stuff and Ronin. The story is pretty good. Unlike other graphic novels of the sort from the 1980s, this one still has a modern vibe to it. It's the designs that you're used to with Simonson. You know, space fantasy. very inspired by Heavy Metal magazine. Get that building over there. And here it is, Southern Comic Week. What's going on, man? There's a StreamYard link up in the chat, so if you want to join, you can. I'm just showing comics. We've already had Gray Man here for an hour or so, in Jay Fairclaw, and lots of comments in the chat. I just threw an impromptu stream. In the 80s, back when still people thought that in the future other people are going to be smoking. I love the characters movement in this one. Meshes really well with the colors. After the graphic novel, the characters came back for a run on Malibu Comics on Bravura's imprint. This was a 5-issue miniseries. Bravura put out the first 4, and the last installment of the series came out through Dark Horse as a Star Slammer special. I actually have that one. The Minoan Agendas. So yeah, 1990s Simonson, but without anybody telling him what he can and can't do. Bill's back. So yeah, this is not a comic that people should forget. Star Slammers needs to be in your collection. Either you go for the original graphic novel in the mini series, or you can buy this one because if you want to see what Simonson's art looked like when he was in college, because this was it started cartoony, but it progressed into the Simonson that we know right in that series. All right, what else can we show? What about this Warren Ellis comic? Captain Swing and the Electrical Pirates of Cindery Island, published by Avatar Press with art by Raulo Cáceres. So it's a steampunk comic. As you can see here. So there's bits of art over here. Cover to issue number 1 and the first page. In this first part of the story, it mixes storytelling with sort of newspaper, with book articles that you've seen in this universe, explaining how things are. Kind of an inspiration here from Spring Heel Jack, one of my favorite mythical characters of the industrialized world. That's right. Bub is not invited to Bub's Con. And this is because that is so Bub can be roasted by everyone attending without Bub knowing. more of the electric parts, more of the Spring Hill Jack. They do acknowledge the Spring Hill Jack connection. If there were, of course, electricity is never mentioned in the reports, although they mentioned blue fire. Electricity would be something very, very new for people in the first half of the 19th century. And there's Graphic Man. Yeah, Mike, you want to come in? There's a link up ahead, but I'm gonna post it again because thankfully people are talking, so the link gets pushed up. But if anyone wants to come in, they are welcome. Now that I had 2 people here about 20 minutes ago, and now that I'm only speaking alone, it feels kind of lonely, like we're having dead air, which I'm trying to avoid because I'm showing off the comics here. So yeah, this is great art. The art helps sell this comic. Unfortunately, it went by without people noticing it. It's not something that comes up in conversation when people talk about Warren Ellis. When it comes to his Avatar material, definitely not as well known as Freak Angels, for example. But yeah, and the steampunk visuals are always great. And anything that has to do with Spring Hill Jack, I try to get a hold of it. What else? Oh yeah. How about some Atom the Barbarian? Sort of the Atom in a collected edition here with the 4-issue miniseries plus the 3 specials by Jens Ternad and art mostly by Gil Kane, except for the final chapter, which has art by Pat Broderick. No, I didn't kick Gray Man off. Gray Man had to leave. I don't kick anybody, except for those Russian bots that keep showing up in the chat. Yeah, I can't remember why I decided to buy this, although the concept itself is very interesting. I never had any particular fondness for the Atom as a solo character. I always prefer all of these characters together in the Justice League, except for maybe Green Lantern, who can act out with the other Green Lanterns. I've always preferred super groups. And here is the Atom getting to discover a new civilization of pint-sized humans. So yeah, very much an odd choice to put a scientist like the Atom as a meeting a group of barbarians in the jungle. Although the fish out of water scenario does work, and ultimately the Atom knows how to fight when he's small. But he's kind of stuck at this height, so he can't grow larger. But he also doesn't go microscopic. And because it's a barbarian comic with a superhero clad in blue and red, you get a lot of fights. Go over to issue number 3. This is the best Gil Kane because it's Kane inking himself. And I kind of think this is Kane's idea because his name always shows up first in the credits. Yeah, let's put on a loincloth over the costume and give him a sword, which is something he's not used to fighting, but he takes to quite fast. So after the miniseries ended, there were a bunch of specials. that had to deal with the fallout of Atom's disappearance and him being declared dead, but then having to his wife going to find him. They were going through a rough patch here. The Atom engine Loring. Any nostrils present in Kane's work? Yes, you can see the nostrils here. Let's go for some more nostrils. More nostrils. Only Gil Kane draws people from this angle. And then there's the way he draws cats. They're like very angular. You don't think of cats this way. Yeah, the nostrils. Paying option for what? Don't option comics into movies. Comic movies are ruining the comics. This is why I buy weird stuff. So yeah, this is very much like a Barbarian comic. I mean, the Atom jumps from one adventure into the other, which is a bit like Conan, but it just turns out the guy's a nuclear scientist. So yeah, it's an entertaining read, and I'm glad I bought this. It's an interesting piece of side history in the DC universe that people just aren't expecting. So speaking of Independence #1, speaking of independent comics, do any of you gentlemen own this one? Barry Wynn Boy Genius by Judd Winnick. So yeah, Boy Genius. That's what you expect. Mad science, and and people being kind of sacrificed. And things happen. But the comic does get better. No, Bubby is not picking of you, Bill. You are an expert. Your expertness will be challenged. Yeah, this is a series of mini-series. But yeah, they introduce some interesting concepts. So there's time travel here. They go to the Old West in this one. There's also Bigfoot. Where's the Bigfoot episode? No, this isn't the Bigfoot episode. This is the telepathic gorilla from another dimension. Yeah, telepathic gorilla from another dimension. Here it is, the Bigfoot episode. And there's Jared.
Hey there.
Hey, Jared.
How are you doing today? I just doing a little work on an ink drawing, so I figured I'd set up differently and talk as I put some.
Oh, nice. What are you drawing there?
Hold on. Let me see. I'm making this into one of my big ink drawings, which is over here. It's that one. So usually, right now I'm on the stage where I use my various markers and straight edges. Matter of fact, I just lost the marker I was using. Where'd it go? I had to set up my computer in a different spot, so it's like one of these Copic markers. There it is. I just had to refill it, and now I usually let's see. I'll sit down here, and I'm working on these lines. And this is sort of like this is just the sort of the straight lines that I'm doing here. And I'm going to go back in with a brush a little later. So I'm just kind of getting down the initial straight lines. So everything that's going to be straight is going to be in there. And this is all done with a marker and straight edge French curve.
Yeah, let me just answer Comic Mad Musings here. Yeah, Barry Wynn kind of predates Phineas and Ferb, I think. Although, yeah, they do have a similar art style. I was showing off some Walter Simonson's Star Slammers earlier, and also talking about how Gil Kane made cats angular, and here you are drawing everything with a ruler.
Gil Kane drew the worst cats. The worst cat ever drawn is on a cover of Daredevil. I think it's like Daredevil, like 132, right around there. It's a cover with Copperhead. And the rest of the cover, it's Gil Kane covers like Copperhead in the background, kind of shooting his Copperhead gun at Daredevil, who's like dodging. Really nicely drawn. Except like in the bottom corner is this, because it all takes place in an alleyway, is this alley cat jumping out of the way. And it's just the worst drawn cat you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, Gil Kane could draw everything in the world, but a cat?
Yeah. His horses weren't that good either, although his crocodiles and birds were very good.
Yeah. And also I remember his helicopters, where he drew a helicopter in some issue of something I was watching lately, and it was just a terrible helicopter. Which is really strange, because he draws everything so well.
But he's kind of good with the barbarian stuff. That was what I was showing, which was the Sword of the Atom, or as I like to call it, Atom the Barbarian.
I was picking that up off the shelf in the early 80s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did a good job doing a trade, because it's just a 4-issue mini and then 3 one-shot specials, so it all fits there. Graphic Man is asking for you to put a happy tree right about there.
A happy tree. I did make the person smile a little more than they were in the smaller drawings. So.
Yeah, what was the guy's name that made happy drawings?
That was, what's his name? God, his name just flew out of my head.
Yeah.
I know it, too.
Bob Ross.
Bob Ross.
Yeah.
Do you know the guy he learned from, who was there before him?
Mm-hmm.
What was his name? Bill. He was like a guy with a German accent. He had this big German accent, and Bob Ross was using his technique, and Bill. Oh, what's his last? Bill Alexander. And Bill Alexander originally had that PBS show with the painting, and Bob Ross learned from him and learned the technique. And it was also Bill Alexander also had the all the art supplies. He had like the art supply line of, paints and paintbrushes and palette knives. And when Bob Ross took over, he just kind of like inherited all that stuff.
Huh.
And all of a sudden, everything that said Bill Alexander now said Bob Ross. But Bill Alexander would make big, strong mountains. And I think it was a German accent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Bill's saying here, yeah, Genome Presents has some videos on Bill Alexander. Genome stopped here for a while, getting off of work in the chat, and said he had to run an errand before going home. But I hope he gets here. He gets home in time so he can jump on. Genome is the channel that I stop by when we finish our usual Friday night shows. Yeah, it's it's Dave and Jay talking about everything. Although they're both into comics, they never talk about comics in those live streams. But it's all the people who show up in the comic book chats. All of us are there.
What I was actually searching for on the internet last night was, as you know from our show, I've been sort of all into The Great Gatsby this year, and the two Great Gatsby graphic novels. Last night I was collecting Great Gatsby cover illustrations. It was like you just put Great Gatsby covers into a search engine and see all the images, because there've been so many different covers to the novel.
Gore Vidal is saying tonight on Bravo, Jared at home, followed by Below Deck Mediterranean. Yeah. Have you ever thought about doing a public access TV show?
Public access? That's what YouTube is these days.
That's exactly what it is. YouTube public access is no longer necessary because YouTube exists.
Right, you can reach more people on YouTube than you can on public access.
Yeah. But I used to watch the Atheist Experience. It was on public access in Texas, but it also showed on the live channel that they had on their website. That was watching it, because they eventually moved to YouTube because all of their clips were showing up on YouTube. Then they started putting the episodes after they recorded. They put it on YouTube anyway, and then let's just go to move to YouTube. I mean, nobody actually watches public access, not even in Texas.
I had back in the 90s, my friend Bunch, who lived in New York City, used to tape a whole bunch of all the crazy public access shows he can find. I think he still has the tapes. I'll have to digitize them one day. He had like eight VCR tapes full of random public access shows that were just crazy.
Yeah, public access. It's kind of the concept is both wonderful and ridiculous at the same time. I mean, I just show up and okay, I want to show my collection of car models. Right. And then I'm on for 1 hour and I talk about car models. And this is my 1962 Studebaker, which had a 331 cubic inch engine. This is a 1x43 model. And then people had patience. They listened to you ramble on for an hour.
I think the basic concept was they're the public airwaves, so the public should have some access to them. Hence, public access is born.
Yeah, and over here in supposedly socialist Europe, nobody ever thought of that. You want to be a broadcaster, you need a license from the state, which means that you need about $15 million startup capital, and that's in 1982.
Public access. I think I think he taped some of the Black Israelites show. There were these people called the Black Israelites.
Yeah.
Who are Jewish and black, who would stand on various street corners in New York City and shout their philosophy, whatever, that all of us were going to hell, basically, except them, because they had the one true religion.
Yeah.
And I think they actually had a public access show, too.
Yeah. Garcia is saying that he remembers watching Alex Jones on public access in Texas.
I remember you used to, like in the early 2000s, I would like search out all of that crazy conspiracy stuff, like on the Usenet or wherever I could find it. Mm-hmm. And you had to really search it out. You had to be looking for it to be able to find it. Nowadays, it's like it's mainstream news. All of a sudden, it's like YouTube became public access. Everybody knows crazy stuff.
But if you don't take Alex Jones seriously, he's entertaining.
Yeah.
If you take Alex Jones seriously, it's not that Alex Jones is dangerous, but by taking him seriously, you do make him dangerous.
Right. People believe that crazy stuff. And who was the other one? He's like one level above Alex Jones and crazy. David Icke. He's the
Oh yeah,
guy.
yeah. That guy's completely nuts. Yeah, Graphic Man is asking, where can I see car model public access streaming networks? Yeah, that'll be yeah. The thing, if you collect car models, it's a bit like collecting comics. You get into it and you know stuff about the things you collect, but in like comics, they take up a lot of space.
Yeah.
And like comics, then you start noticing that you don't have a place to put them.
And what's amazing to me is like the way patience works. Like here I am working on a drawing I've been working all day on, and this will take me another 2 days to finish it. But I don't have the patience for putting together a model. I remember as a kid trying to put together a model, like Snap Together was fine with me. But putting together a model with glue and putting it in whole takes patience, but it's a different type of patience than like creating something yourself. And it's like I always say it's weird what people have patience for and what they don't.
Yeah, I totally get it. I mean, there are things that take 50 minutes to do. Yeah, I can't be bothered with this. And then I can stay for 3 hours looking at info on American car racing from the 1960s and doing my own database by taking information a little bit from this and recombining it. And
I too find it relaxing to like organize things and make databases and stuff. Like that some people can't organize anything for the life of them, and it's like I like organizing stuff.
Yeah, I don't like organizing stuff. I like doing a database with car information.
That's what I mean by organizing stuff.
Yeah.
That I mean, you certainly don't want to organize stuff you don't want to organize.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, the sock drawer.
Organize.
Yeah, the sock drawer. Yeah, these are socks. They go in the drawer.
Got to raise up the easel level. By the way, this is an easel I made. I got out of school in like in the winter of 1988 is when I graduated from art school, and I didn't have an easel.
Oh,
so I made an easel out of scrap wood, and this is that same easel.
Oh, nice. How long have you had? Yeah, since 88. Okay.
I probably made it in 89 or maybe 1990.
Yeah, so 32 years.
Yeah, but I actually for 10 years I worked on it and it was wobbly. Actually, this thing is stuck because these boards right here were warped. I didn't have straight wood to make these boards right here, so it was like wobbly for like 10 years before I finally got some straight wood and fixed it. But I always look at store-bought easels. I always look at them online and going, oh, I should really get one of these fancy easels. But I never do because this one has served me well for all these decades. Except for right now when it seems, there we go. It seems to be stuck. Well, there are some nice easels where you just turn one handle and it changes level. I have to take the whole thing off and move these two wing nuts.
Yeah, Comic Mad Musing is saying here that I should do a video on the demise of the manual transmission because so many young people never learn how to drive stick. Yeah, the thing is they are being phased out everywhere. But 20 years ago, we had you had a 97% automatic transmissions in the United States. We had 75% manuals in Europe because we've always preferred manuals.
Whenever someone mentions manual transmissions, I'm like, oh yeah, I really love that 1920s technology. Give
What
it
do you
to
mean? No. Manual transmissions did not exist in the same way in the 1920s. They didn't have proper clutches.
me.
They were not. They did not. The gears were not synchronized.
Yeah, I've never had any interest in a manual transmission. I don't like driving that much. I'm like, for me, driving is to get to point A to point B.
Yeah. Well, yeah, to me too. But while it is comfortable driving an auto, I really don't have a problem with a manual. Just get into the car and actually use the left foot.
I can remember back when I was in college, one of my friends, Christine, had just gotten a car and had a manual transmission. So she wanted someone else to learn how to drive it, and so she was like, "Jared, I'm gonna teach you how to drive a manual transmission." I was like, "Okay." So I got out there. I was learning how to drive a manual transmission. I've only been trying for 10 minutes, and I really wasn't very good at it. She's like, "All right, now let's take it on the highway." I'm like, "No, I barely know what I'm doing."
It's better in the highway. It's always in fifth. What was the car?
I don't think I could have got it to the highway. That's how little experience I had.
Yeah. You were gonna have trouble shifting into starting from a traffic light. What was the car? Do you remember?
I don't remember. It was some 80s beater car. I mean, it wasn't anything special. It was probably from the late 70s or early 80s. I remember it was small. I don't even remember what type it was. Like you said, it was nothing special.
Mm.
It was cheap car.
Mm. Yeah, my car is a cheap car. My car has this very strange concept that it's an automated manual. It has an electronic clutch which does function on its own, but it has a tendency to wear away very quickly compared to a manual.
Cheap cars are expensive these days.
Yeah.
I bought my first car ever, which I still have. A first car I ever bought in, a 2009 Honda Civic, which is a cheap car, but cost like 17 grand, 500. I think it was 17 grand 500. But with interest, that's like 22 grand over 5 years. So it was like,
yeah,
that's not cheap.
No, yeah, but that's the thing. Cars aren't cheap. Yeah, if you want to buy them, even if you want to buy them secondhand.
Right.
Gore Vidal is saying that his car is a 1979 Ford Ranchero.
I can remember also when I was in college. This is about 1984 was when I was a freshman in college, and my college roommate, I didn't have a car, but he did, and he had a 1976 Ford LTD. Ooh, that thing was a boat and could go fast.
Yeah, but it only goes fast in the United States because if you want to turn with that thing.
Oh yeah, I mean, out on the highway, you could do 80 in that and not even know it. You'd think you were doing 30 miles an hour because it was so big and.
Yeah, the thing about full-size Ford models at the time is that when they came up with the Mustang, it was revolutionary because it was a car that could turn, and the American manufacturers were not used to making cars that could turn. There was a Ford. There was in 1964. There was a team in the British Touring Car Championship, and they were running in Class 1, which was for cars, big bore cars, big engine. They were running a team of two American 1963 Ford Galaxies. And that thing had a 427 engine, so it could go fast, and it could beat out the Jaguar Mark IIs. But of course, because it was a touring car championship and it was in classes separated by displacement, there were classes for 1600cc cars. And in twisty racetracks, Team Lotus had developed a car based on a compact model, the Ford Cortina. They devised an engine for it. They re-engineered the car, and they got Formula One world champion Jim Clark to drive it. And in twisty circuits, the 1600cc Lotus Cortina could beat the 427 Ford Galaxy in a direct fight. But the next year, the Mustang was available as a touring car. So when it came to overall wins, now the Mustang was the car to have. Of course, Jaguar.
I remember hearing some story about one of those 60s Mustangs that you could rent with a racing engine in it. So what people were doing were renting the car for the weekend, stealing the engine, putting a regular engine in it, and returning it.
Yeah, the Shelby GT350.
They didn't do that for very long.
Yeah. It was the idea was that they came up with the idea that you could rent the car instead of. Of course, it was a stupid idea.
Yeah, rent a racing car. That's not going to cause trouble.
No, you rent a racing car at the track, and the car does not have a license plate, so it can't leave the track. That's how you rent a racing car. Because you can, there are a lot of places everywhere you can just arrive and drive. You just take a bag full of money, or a check, and let me have the car. Those are for track days. As for taking part in a race, you have to go to the doctor. The doctor has to say you're fit for taking part in races. Then you have to pay for a racing license. Then you have to pay for the entry fee for the race, and then you have to buy the safety equipment yourself. And then you rent the car to race. You know who was a racer and people didn't know? The guy who created the Addams Family. Or did I already mention that once?
Charles Addams?
Charles Addams, yeah. He used to take part in races in the 1930s.
Oh man, I was just remember I've been looking at it. I've been reading that George Petty book. Now I'm reading. I have a book on Al Parker, who was another big time illustrator from the 40s and 50s. And man, was it a different life when you were an illustrator in the 40s and 50s? Because they're even talking because those guys were rock stars. The beginning half of the 20th century, those illustrators were rock stars, and they're even taught. And it's just casually mentioned. They're like, Al Parker also played an instrument. He liked, he's a musician. He liked to play, the clarinet or something. And he would play with like all the big musicians of his day. And it's like they just mention the people he's hanging out with, and they're all like, the upper crust of society. Those illustrators really were rock stars, early 20th century.
Yeah. When did photographic cameras become small enough that you could take them around, carry them around?
The 50s. But what it really was I saw something, and they mentioned something in the Petty book, that there was a landmark case in New York in 1947 where I guess it was a federal judge declared that because this photographer and his models were arrested for obscenity. I guess he was taking nude pictures of models, and the judge said, "No, that's okay. You can do that." And after that, photography slowly started to take over. It was also photography was also seen as modern. Like in the 50s, photography was modern, and illustration was old-fashioned. That also helped it take over.
Right. Yeah, but if they hadn't come up with portable cameras, it wouldn't have worked. Because now photographers, especially for newspapers and magazines, you needed a picture of something, you could go and take one. Of course, getting pictures were still expensive.
Well, that was that's the news angle more. You could, I mean, I think most of the stuff that was done for magazine covers was still studio photography.
Right.
So, but yeah, I think the first 35 millimeter cameras were in the late 40s also. Well, they had some around pre-war, but they became big in the late 40s and 50s, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but that's there was also the move between broadsheets and tabloids, because tabloids were more about the pictures, and now if they had more pictures, because telling a photographer to go take a picture of something, that was also expensive, because you always needed a car to carry the equipment, and you had to set it up, and you had to point it at where you wanted. And then you had to take a picture, and you can just snap
one of those big flash things with the flash powder in it. One of those two-handed cameras. I always saw those in the movies. Where the reporter would go, "Take a picture of this," and they have the two-handed, the other guy holding up the flash powder.
Then it was replaced by, "You better have film in that camera." Yeah, there are still people who insist on getting a roll of film done. It's a technique.
In the back of I got Odin's Eye #2 this week, and the backup story in that is by I think is it Matt Kint writing it and David Lapp. I think David Lapham was definitely drawing it. But there's a story called The Paparazzo. And it's about a guy taking pictures. And one thing they mentioned is, and he's trying to take pictures of superheroes. That's where he makes his money. You know, so he's trying to get this one picture of this new superhero who was really mean. And they pointed out that ever since like one guy 10 years ago didn't want his picture taken, the superhero, and used an EMP to erase the guy's camera. This guy's used film. So it's like the other guy tried to do the same thing. He used an EMP wave to wipe out the pictures he was taking, but since they were on film, they didn't.
Well, that's a good way of using low tech to get around a problem.
I know there's still, like, there's the tag on Instagram, "Film is not dead." You can see there's still people using film. Film is dead for me.
Yeah, but professionals can't afford to use film. First of all, they need photos now. Everyone in press in the press needs a photo now, because they need to publish it. So everything is digital. Only if you're doing art exhibits with photos do professionals bother with film.
They also still teach film in the schools, because I think 3 of my film cameras went to my cousins or friends' kids who are, because they were learning photography in high school and needed a 35 millimeter film camera. So I gave them some of my old ones. I was like, here you go. And matter of fact, I think it was 2 semesters ago, one of my students was like, "Oh, I'm looking to get a film camera," and I just happened to have another one lying around. I was like, here's a film camera. Go have fun.
Yeah, but it's a good idea for people who want to become professional photographers to learn with film, because you have a limited supply and you need to know how to get a photo right on the first try. And with digital, they don't need to try to just keep snapping it. As long as you have room in the memory card, you have 200 pictures and only one is good.
I'm a keep snapping fan because it's like I do street photography in New York City when I'm down there, and I used to go in and before COVID, I'd go in some Saturdays and go down to Bryant Park and just for like 5-6 hours take street photos. And in that amount of time with digital, I said, and I'm shooting in burst mode too, because when you're shooting photography, make the law of averages your friend. But I could easily shoot 4,000 pictures in that time. And of course, I'm not looking to get the one right. I'm looking to get, the 10 that are good out of the fourth. It's a different way of shooting. But it's like, I couldn't do that on film. It's like, there's just no, it would be so much, that'd be like $500-$600 worth of film to be able to shoot that much film. So that's one of the reasons I love digital is I spent my time doing film. I enjoyed working in the darkroom in college. That's fun too, to see a picture emerge right before your eyes. But I was an early adopter of digital, and I think like I got my first digital camera in maybe 2002. It was like a 3 megapixel camera that I paid nearly $1,000 for.
Yeah, when I started, our photographer, he didn't use film; he used slides.
Oh yeah. A lot of people did that because you could develop those yourself.
Mm-hmm. And we only switched to digital 2 years later. Yeah, that was in 2002.
A lot of the quote unquote real photographers always used slides, always shot on slide because like I said, you can develop those yourself. Developing color film yourself is different. I mean, you can develop black and white film. Or at least in the 80s, you could develop black and white film yourself, and you could even make black and white prints yourself. But developing color film was much more difficult, and making color prints was much more difficult. But color slides you could also do yourself.
Gore is here in the chat telling us how he became a professional nude model for a photographer friend of his. Rule number 1: if a beautiful woman asks you to unrobe, the answer is always yes. But then there was no career in it. Or was there? Gore, how much money did you actually make from your career as a male model?
It was in college. He didn't get paid anything.
Right. Yeah, I was in college. I was young and confused. And Captain Omni is saying that he did some cosplay modeling for a friend, and he had to dress up as Kingpin. I'm going to do some commenting on your technique, and right now Jared is applying the brush strokes. It's like you're playing golf, and I have to do the commentary like this.
Got a little bottle of ink in my brush.
Gore says it was a one-time effort. You could have made a killing, man.
Ask him if he has those pictures.
Captain Omni said the shot of his Daredevil was of him strangling Daredevil and the Punisher about to shoot him. Well, Gore, do you have those pictures, and would you like to share them? Yeah, those pictures. If those pictures still exist, somebody one day is going to call Gore. I have some very interesting pictures of you, and it would be very, very bad if they were appeared anywhere on the internet. Actually, you can't do that anymore. It's a felony.
What was I just watching? Have you seen the show Schitt's Creek?
No.
Good show. It's on Netflix, at least in the U.S. right now. Funny show. It's about this rich family who's down on their luck and living in this town in a motel. Anyway, the one woman was this. She was this ex-Hollywood star, and she just got real upset that she couldn't find the nude pictures Richard Avedon took of her in the 70s to have a scandal with.
Gore says he doesn't have the photos, and his face does not appear in them. But they were exhibited.
Then he may as well take any photos of some handsome, muscular man and say they were him. Yes, this was me back in the 80s.
Bub's telling Gore that he should have asked her to reciprocate by telling her that he worked with plaster molds. Hey, artists got to do solids for each other, right? That is the thing that professional photographers do in events. Sometimes they ask, "Hey, do you have a picture of so and so? I'll exchange and see if you need a picture of me of something, and see if let me see if I have one." They do that way. They exchange one for one. No problem there.
Switch back.
We really are in a public access show.
That's what this is. Public access. Where is my circle template? I might be the only one who's still using circle templates and such. Everybody's digital.
And Graphic Man is saying in the 50s there seemed to be a lot of photo covers for magazines that would have normally had a painted cover, and he wonders if this upset some artists that felt photographers were taking their jobs away.
Oh, I'm sure it did.
Well, yeah, whenever new technology shows up, it's disruptive to the workforce.
Yeah. Especially when you think about how much work it takes to learn how to paint, especially to paint realistically.
Yeah.
And someone with a camera can just do your job that much.
Yeah, here I am taking hours to learn this, and some guy just points and clicks.
Right.
Yeah, I once read something about streetcars existed before they were electric streetcars. They were pulled by horses, and there was a war between streetcar services in Lisbon, here in Lisbon, in around the 1890s, between the new guys with the electric streetcars and the ones with the horses, and because the electric ones, they have a kind of a set speed that you can go up to, and the guys in the streetcars with horses, they were whipping the horses to see if they could go faster. The thing is, they were pulling the cars in the rails. They were on the rails, and so of course they couldn't overtake the and if they had to take a turn with the horses, the cars would flip over. And at the time, in 1899, the city of Lisbon gave the concession for 100 years to the company that is still there, and there were a lot of complaints back then because if there was a lot of new inventions coming up, and giving away a concession for a service for 100 years in 1899 sounded stupid. First, because either the company would go bust if a new competing technology appeared, or a new technology appearing could not compete because the other guys had the monopoly with a potentially outdated technology.
I remember correctly, there's lots of stories in the U.S. about the car companies bought up the streetcar companies and put them out of, and just to put them out of business. That's how cars became how public transportation in the U.S. went on the wane and cars rose up, was because the car companies closed down the public transportation companies.
But in New York, it doesn't work. You have the subway.
Yeah.
And you have so many taxis.
Right. New York was different, but in the rest of the country, especially in a lot of the smaller cities, they used to have robust public transportation, and it all went away. New York, from what I'm told, New York is the only pedestrian city in the country, i.e., walking is the main means of transportation because you can also walk to the buses and the trains.
Right. That makes sense.
Like have you ever seen Houston? Houston is this huge, I've never been there, but I know it's this huge, sprawling city that can't exist without cars. And of course, it's completely clogged up with them. And it's like the third largest city. But there's no public transportation.
Yeah, kind of ridiculous. Yeah, when I was in Indianapolis, I kind of know, man, this place stretches out. There are no buildings, and I didn't know if there was public transportation, although there wasn't that much traffic. Even in the Indianapolis 500 weekend, the traffic was to the Indianapolis racetrack. But apart from that, there wasn't that much traffic. Still, yeah, and why shouldn't there be buses?
Because the car company said no. They didn't want buses. They wanted you to buy cars.
Which is kind of funny because the in Europe, the companies building passenger cars were also building buses.
Well, yeah. Well, also Europe, World War II wrecked all of Europe's infrastructure. So they got, Europe's infrastructure was kind of built back new after the war. And US's wasn't. Our infrastructure is really old around here. So it's like Europe got to have a much more modern and robust public transportation system after the war.
And the cars were always going to be more expensive.
Yeah.
The way they motorized the public in the UK, it was first with the Austin A40 and then with the Mini. At Citroën, at France, they had the Citroën 2 Chevaux, the 2CV, and the Renault 4. Those cars were those cars were small, and like when they started producing the Beetle again in Germany, and those cars were small, had to be small, affordable, easy to repair, and they had to hold a family of four in what was essentially a cramped space, and the engines were small. We're talking 40 horsepower engines.
And the U.S. also has all these giant interstates, all the Eisenhower, all the stuff that was built under Eisenhower to move the missiles around. That's besides needing that's one of the real reasons those got built, is because we want to move missiles around so the Russians couldn't find them all. So one of the reasons we have, roads took over and we have these easy to use giant interstates is to hide the missiles.
Looks like Genome got home. 3 hours of streaming. I just started, and I'm going to stop at about 4 hours. So I still got about half an hour, but you can jump in if you want to. I'm going to put the link again, and if anybody else wants to jump in, they can too. I mean,
jump on in, say hello.
Yeah, this is as I said, this is an impromptu stream. It's a spontaneous comic stream, part alpha, and the one later in the evening will be spontaneous comic stream, part omega. Although since the second part it's a second part, it's now planned, so it's not spontaneous. But please do come in. And I had the gray man here for an hour in the bit. Then another guy from Ireland jumped in, Jay Fairclaw, and then you jumped in. there are still a lot of people still working over there. Of course, we still have people working today here, but since I had the day off, it was an opportunity. If anybody was home, they could come in.
And I went to the comic shop yesterday, and I was surprised at how quiet the roads were around here.
Huh.
I was like, whoa.
Yeah, the roads here aren't quiet because everybody does last-minute shopping on the 24th. And unless you have to go to the boonies to visit the relatives, everybody but we all have relatives in our own cities now. Yeah, I people that I used to have to travel for 2 hours to meet, and 2 hours is a lot. It's considered a lot of travel time in Portugal. Now we can get there in half an hour.
Wow.
They moved closer. My family from both sides of my family, they moved into they all moved into the Lisbon metropolitan area in the last few years, except for a couple of aunts and uncles.
Mm-hmm. Lisbon.
But their kids, my cousins, are all here. Hello, who's calling me?
Told them never to call me at this number.
Jared?
Hold on a second. There we go. We both muted ourselves.
It was my mom.
How's she doing?
She's okay. She was reminding me to go get something for my baby cousins. So yeah, last minute shopping. Typical.
Oops. Smeared some ink. I hate when that happens.
That's okay. It's just a happy accident.
Happy accident. I know, it happens all the time. I was like, oop, got to change that around.
And we got Genome in the area, so I'm gonna add him to the.
Adam,
Yeah. Hey, Dave.
Hello, hello.
What's going on? You got home safe?
Yes, I did. Sorry it took so long. Had to make a few stops.
No problem. Yeah, I've been going for 3 hours, 38 minutes. I'm gonna be here for a total of 4. Then I'm gonna be doing something and having dinner, and then I'm gonna come back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start around 5 Eastern, and then keep going. So probably another 4-hour stream, and people coming in and out, which is nice. I thought I'd do something because I haven't done anything in my channel in a while.
I'm usually not. I'm usually at work when you're. If you would ever be doing these, so this might be the first live stream of yours I've actually caught.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What I used to do back either Saturday or Sunday, I did something around midnight here, which is 7 Eastern. So I would do those are my earliest videos. But apart from that, I wouldn't do something at this time unless it was maybe on a Saturday or a Sunday. I did a couple of during the year, the first weeks of the pandemic. I did a couple of streams in the afternoon during the weekdays, but everybody was home, so
Yeah, almost have a captive audience at that point. It's good marketing. That's what I would do. I had to keep working, unfortunately, but not unfortunately, but I mean, we got to work remotely, which was nice, but I couldn't be on the live streams and stuff. Well, I was working, so.
You don't have a job where you can be on a live stream while working.
What kind of crazy job is that?
In a perfect world,
Yeah, see here, like the art teacher here.
Sometimes I thought about doing some painting live streams, a couple on Friday, but I got to move all my stuff into the garage and then figure out how I'm going to do that actually, because I only have one camera, so I don't know where I would put it. Like what Jared has there is pretty good actually. You can see what he's doing pretty well and get the whole room, but I don't want them to see my garage. So.
I just turned this on as a whim this time. I'm like, I'm just going to point the camera this direction.
I would probably move it close
though,
to my painting.
The key is having a good mic too,
Yeah.
so you can hear me.
I got the same one, I think, as you. Sorry, my green screen's weird. I don't know what. Ever since they added the virtual backgrounds into StreamYards, for whatever reason, it's like it makes your camera pan out, and there's no way to adjust it in the program. So unless I move the camera on top of me, you don't have to see these side pieces of my room.
Yeah. I don't even have a camera. I'm using the laptop camera.
My goodness. So what's the subject? What are we talking about here?
Yeah, we've talked about everything from model cars to video games to British comics, and I've had people coming. I've had Brian.
British comics. Is that a oxymoron? What? Contradiction in possible terms?
No.
I want to mention something you were talking about before. At 3 o'clock, I have to go over and visit Bob Wyacek. And you mentioned it before, the Al Milgrom Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
That was Bob's first inking job, I think.
Yeah.
Was he was inking those Marvel Presents, was it?
Oh, nice.
Over
I
Al
have
Milgrom. Some of the
I have one of those around here somewhere. Oh, Milgram, boy, he got a lot of work, man, in the 80s and early 90s.
Yeah.
He was everywhere. He wasn't just an inker anymore, too. He got to run a lot of pencils, too, which was pretty impressive.
Let's see if I can find it. Okay, so this one is number. So
I have a soft spot for that 70s Guardians of the Galaxy stuff. I loved it as a kid and still love this Steve Gerber, and I think that is Al Milgrom's best stuff. He was really trying.
Yeah, number 6 is Terry Austin.
No
Number so here it is, number 7.
Uh-huh.
Gonna make myself big. Here it is, Bob Wyacek's first work for Marvel. Let's see if I can find another decent page here. Yeah, Wyacek's inking does mesh very well with Milgram's art style. Yeah, look at. See
That is just some crazy writing in that too.
Yeah, definitely.
I love 70s Steve Gerber.
And just like I said the other day, I mean, Milgram art in Guardians of the Galaxy is much better than anything else that Milgram drew, because he sort of got a reputation as a jobber.
Right.
I mean, as an inker, he was great, but when he was doing his own penciling, he kind of fell flat. And compared to the stuff that he did here, maybe he was very inspired by Gerber's crazy writings.
Or it could have been before, because he was an editor, wasn't he?
Yeah, he became an editor.
So I think once you become an editor, you don't have time to pencil anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Very rare.
Probably any jobs he picked up penciling while he was an editor. I mean, how much attention do you really give them?
So let's see. He was doing Spectacular Spider. He did Stern's Avengers. He did Spectacular Spider-Man, and then he did West Coast Avengers.
Yeah, I don't think.
But those were not as good. And in Stern's Avengers, he was being inked by Senat, and that was good enough. And it actually had some interesting camera angles, but the movement wasn't as there as it was here in the Guardians. And then Spectacular Spider-Man kind of felt rushed because it was also writing it. Then there was a short. I think there was a short run in Hulk. No, he was writing, wasn't he? He was writing the Hulk after Byrne quit. And then he did the West Coast Avengers, which was a bit more uninspired.
Yeah. There are
And
people
when-
who swear by the West Coast Avengers. I was never one. I was pretty much done with sort of Marvel and DC by then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was some interesting concepts with Steve Englehart writing, but Milgram was not the ideal person to draw them, not at that stage. Yeah, here we have Wycheck. So if you can get Wycheck to come on a stream one of these days again,
See if I can. He can't see
Yeah.
these. That's the
yeah.
problem.
Because we can show him. Here it is, your first professional work, and I have this trade paperback with Iron Man 2020 that has the Iron Man 2020 story he drew.
Right. Arno Stark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I bought the Iron Man 2020 trade paperback because it was the best way of getting the Machine Man story.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
Because there's a Machine Man trade with the Kirby and Ditko stories, and then there's that mini. But then they did, instead of doing a trade with that mini, they did one with all of the Iron Man 2020 stories, including the Amazing Spider-Man annual, which is kind of his origin story. His guest appearance in Marvel UK's Death's Head, and that 1994 one shot, which was written by Walter Simonson.
Mm-hmm.
I got Machine Man sitting around here somewhere. The first one.
That was the
I wasn't a huge fan, but
that's the Trimpy Barry Windsor Smith Machine Man.
Yeah.
Did that one take place in like Iron Man 2020 time?
Yeah. That's where Iron Man 2020 shows up for the first time.
Oh.
It was in the second issue. The first issue they reactivate Machine Man. It's in the distant future of 2020. Back in 2020 was a distant future, and of course, being 2020 as seen through the eyes of 80s creators, it was a dystopian hellhole. And then they bring back Iron Man and of course he has what people think technology is going to evolve to in 2020, which in this case was a buzzsaw in the shoulder pads.
I think there's one of those Kirby Machine Man covers is the only time Bob Wycheck inked Kirby. I can't remember what issue it was, but there was lots of different inkers on that Machine Man covers because a lot of people wanted to ink Kirby.
well, forgive the green screen there. Let's see.
Yeah.
We did the interiors here. Let's see. I don't remember, but yeah. So.
Yeah, that looks terrible. That looks terrible because of the green screen.
Mike Royer did the inking in there. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
It was just the cover he inked, if I remember.
right. Yeah, Royer inked the regular pencils inside in every issue.
Oof. Definitely not my favorite of the works there, that's for sure. But there it is. Even had like a skateboard on there. That's pretty nice.
If you were a robot or an armored guy in the 70s, you had to have skates.
Mhm.
No way
Iceman
around
has
it.
Ice Slide, and everyone else had skates, right? And then
Oh.
Dazzler came around, and that was part of her couture, right? So,
Mhm.
yep, Machine Man.
But that was the first time that I saw Machine Man was when the Brazilians published the miniseries, because they never did the Kirby series. Funny thing, I have to ask the translator. Is online and he's usually talkative when he shows up. He shows up in the Brazilian live streams. If he hated Kirby. I need to ask him two things: why he hated Kirby and why he hated Steve Gerber.
Who was
Because
that?
The translator. His name is J.P.
Translator?
Yeah, because it was the translator who actually decided which comics they published. Marvel Comics.
Okay.
In other words, Kirby didn't send him his tribute then, right?
Well, they had to come up with an interesting way of publishing all the interesting material from they started in 1979 and they only managed to get all the main characters in 1983. And he and his editor friend, they came up with a plan to show to the publisher how they could publish Marvel Comics, because they only did Disney, and how to get all the cool stuff from back in the early 70s through the late 70s and then the early 80s. So all of the things they were not appearing at the same time. I was reading 1982 Captain America when they were publishing 1976 Avengers.
Kirby's reputation in the late 70s was on the wane. That's probably why. I mean, he was not like.
But ultimately, they published the Eternals. That was the only Kirby thing from the 70s that the Brazilians published was the Eternals. No Black Panther, although they did run the Jungle Action stuff.
Like like all the I was in 1976. I was 10. So the late 70s are really my childhood era for comics, and I was a Kirby fan from his Captain America stuff around that time. Mm-hmm. But most kids I knew were not Kirby fans.
Yeah.
And they saw him as old-fashioned and weird.
Yeah, and the Brazilians jumped over.
I've heard stories that a lot of people were calling him Jack the Hack at that time. Mm. So his reputation, like in the late 70s, was really on the wane, kind of, in comics.
Yeah. What the Brazilians did is they went from the Englehart run straight to the post-Kirby storyline with the corporation, and then Sternburn.
My first Kirby cap I read, besides I had like a bunch of the old 60s cap stuff in one of those Fireside books, which was good, was I think issue 206 with the swine. Who was like this South American dictator, and I loved it as a kid. I thought that was I was just so different. But I also, even then and now, liked the different stuff. So different was good to me, but to most people, different was not good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Eternals was the first time I saw Kirby, and they were pretty interesting to me. But then they did when they got to their own 100 issues, number 100, they kind of turned the two oldest comics into the Son of Origins and Son of Origins of Marvel Comics, and they published the origin stories from all the characters plus a new story, and that's where I saw the Fantastic Four number 1 and Avengers number 1 and X-Men number 1. And Journey into Mystery 83, all of the original stuff by Kirby. And to me, at age 8 or 9, it seemed dated. Because it was the first appearance of the superheroes. It was not going to be as good as it got later on.
So I loved that stuff as a kid because even then I loved the history and behind the scenes stuff. Mm-hmm. So and that stuff, when I got it in 1976, that stuff was just over 10 years old. So I think it was different than if it's 30 years old too, if you're a kid, because there wasn't as much time to make it seem as old fashioned to me as it was to you.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Because 70s stuff did not seem as old fashioned. Maybe because of the inking. Because it was the first issues, it wasn't Sinnott doing the inking, and of course he was the best inker. I kind of also remember seeing some of his early World War II stories that appeared in Tales of Suspense, and besides Sinnott, I have a soft spot for Chick Stone doing the inking. Although it's a totally different style. Yeah.
What's funny is the actual first time I saw Kirby's work was in the Fantastic Four reprints, Marvel's Greatest Comics.
Mm.
And I didn't like that stuff at all. I mean, a lot of people think that Fantastic Four is classic. I never liked it, even as a kid. And I thought I didn't like Jack Kirby. That's the reason I didn't like it. Then when I read some Kirby's own 70s writing, I liked it. I was like, wow, you know what? It's really Stan Lee's writing I don't like. Because I liked this other stuff that was, written by Kirby.
Comic Crack is back. He was here earlier on, and he went to a Tim Hortons, so he's being very Canadian.
We had one of those down the road. It didn't last a year.
I can't remember where you live.
West Virginia.
All right. Yeah,
That was running water. Yep.
Doesn't sound like the best place to have a Tim Hortons.
No, it was a big, nice one too. I mean, I never actually went in there, but maybe it was my fault for closing down. I don't know, but we're not much for eating out. But yeah, I didn't make it a year. They did all kinds of work to an existing building and made it look beautiful in there, apparently. And I never saw a car out there, so maybe it's just because it's not a known quantity. We're very isolated here, so maybe that was part of the problem.
Yeah.
Well, I was done. I forgot some lines.
The work of an artist is never done.
See, sometimes you just gotta stop. That's what I do. I just start stopping. It's like because you always find something else you want to fiddle with, and then. Yeah.
And Jared, as a commercial artist, you should know that when it's good enough for the editor, it's good enough.
Well, that's why you always turn it in right at deadline, right? That way,
Yeah.
even if it's not good enough for the editor, they still pass it through anyway because we got to make copy,
Can't give it to him too early.
I know. If Star Trek taught us nothing else, it was Scotty. Never give it to him too early. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I used to do. Always leave something for the last 5 minutes to get edited.
It's fun to always listen to the stories though, like because editors love Kirby for nothing else. That you hand him a book to do on Friday, and Monday or Tuesday you got something to print. I mean that's so bloody fast, apparently. But yeah, that's kind of a lost art now. I don't know if that's done so much anymore.
Of course, he preferred not to do that.
Yeah.
And
There's a famous story of I guess it was Stan Lee. I can't remember who it was. I think it was the late 60s or it must have been the early 70s. So I think Walter Simonson was there, where they had a meeting where John Buscema was going to show everybody how to draw faster.
That's like asking Brian Bolin to do
he
it.
had for them was move your hand faster. I was like,
He became a teacher. Go figure. I don't want Buscema to go faster though. I want him to take as long as he wants on every panel, please.
well, Buscema could draw fast was the thing. Faster than everybody else. So he was going to show them how to draw fast, which if can't, they can't. Yes, not something you can just pick up.
But people who could do 50 pages a month, even at the time, they were very rare. Yeah. Kirby could do it. John Buscema could do it. John Romita Jr. could do it.
And of course, you can't do it today at the level of detail that's expected in a comic book page. There's no way to do it.
Which is funny because the detail is just in the figures. The layouts are very basic nowadays.
Yeah, it just takes more time to put all that little noodling in.
Yeah, Terrence is saying that Target didn't make it in his own town.
Target was where I used to live in busy places. People would go and spend a couple extra dollars and not have to deal with the crowds of Walmart. That was Target's whole shtick. But if people aren't worried about that, yeah, they're not going to make it. They can't compete.
Yeah, we don't have any American retail stores in Portugal.
None?
There are a few. There are a few places in Europe where you can find a 7-Elevens. But that's it.
Heck, we don't even have 7-Elevens here. Back home, they're everywhere on every corner, but not here.
I don't know why, but I I got the sudden urge to find that Gil Kane cat I was talking about. Possibly the worst drawn cat on any comic book.
Yeah,
It's like a
Let
were
me-
panda. Yeah.
yeah. Yep.
I mean, look how beautiful the rest of that cover is.
Oh, I love Gil Kane too. I've been talking
Man,
to him lately.
the man could apparently didn't know what a cat looked like. I find that a little crazy.
And you don't even see up the cat's nose either. Maybe it wasn't even Gil, or it wasn't even Gil that drew that. Maybe the anchor stuck it in there. It's like the editor's like, nope, we need something else in this cover.
Who knows? Maybe, but I'm like, that is just the worst cat ever. How did that-
Because that doesn't look like the cat that I saw in the Sword of the Atom.
That's worth its own show right there. Do a video on that one.
Mhm.
The worst cat ever rendered in comics.
The rest of the cover is just beautiful.
Uh-huh.
I mean, and surely those two figures are a lot harder to draw than that cat.
Mhm.
Who knows?
And the guys that you had drawing the champions who didn't know how to draw the Ghost Rider's skull. It wasn't until Byrne came along that, oh, finally, the Ghost Rider has a proper skull.
Well, you know who has the craziest skull? Check the cat for nostrils. See if it really was King.
You see up the cat's nostril, you know it was Gil. But
Yeah.
The Red Skull, especially like Jack Kirby's Red Skull, became just more and more stylized over the years.
Mhm.
yeah, he got really good in the '80s when his face actually got melted by his own poison dust or whatever it was, or dust of death, I think it was. And then it really got very, very fleshy and skull-like because it wasn't a mask anymore. It was great.
Mhm.
So my favorite is still Baron Zemo accidentally glued his mask to his face. Whoops. Whoops.
Don't leave home without it.
Because I glued my mask to my face.
Leader of the Masters of Evil, huh?
That would make me evil.
Yeah.
I'd turn evil.
Yeah. Now you
Make the
step
whole
up.
world pay.
Yeah, man, I miss 7-Elevens. They had everything, man. Like a mini deli in there, and it was like you guys don't have like Wawa or Sheets before those were a thing, you know. So no American distributors or retail stores. That's interesting.
No.
I know there's a Walmart in China. I
Mhm.
figure there could be one there. There could be one anywhere.
The thing is, the type of convenience stores we have convenience stores in gas stations, so they're branded with the gas station logo. But they're pretty small compared to what you'd find in a Target or a Walmart. Then after that we go straight to the large supermarket, so which right now are owned by European groups. One group is Portuguese. It's the Sonai group. They own the Continente brand. Auchan bought Jumbo, especially because the Dutch Jumbo retail store is trying to see if they can get the brand everywhere in Europe.
Is that Jumbo with two little dots over the O for the Dutch?
No, but it's a yellow logo. And then we have we have Pingo Doces Portuguese, and then we have French Carrefour. We have Aldi.
We have Aldi here. In fact, we used to have Aldi in Chicago like 25 years ago or so when I lived there. But it was like a dollar store before the dollar stores were a thing. Like you go in there and get a quarter loaf of bread that was like almost expired, that sort of thing. Cheap lunch meats, cereal with no box, just in the bag. But now it's just like a really convenient small supermarket now. They're like for the 3-day trips of shopping instead of once a month. And you go load up the whole cart. Here you just take a basket in there or grab a box. I was there today actually. You get some eggs and the garbage bags and maybe a toilet brush and you're on your way, right?
Yeah, Aldi kind of lost out to the cheap supermarket niche because the Germans from Lidl got here first. So you want to buy cheap stuff, you go to Lidl.
Yeah, that one we don't have. I know all these were brothers, right? Because one of them owns Trader Joe's, I think it is, and the other one has Aldi's. So we have both those here. Trader Joe's not close to us, but that's where like the tryhards go shop. Though I like plain food, so I'm not pretentious.
Yeah, and then we have a British chain, but mostly in places where there are British tourists.
Let's see. How much longer you got here, man? Let's see.
Yeah, let's see. I mean,
I don't
yeah,
want to keep you.
yeah. I'm out of here, but in about 5 minutes, 'cause that's when I go and do stuff. Yeah, it's 7:24 over here. So, but I'm having dinner at 8,
Uh-huh.
and then I'll try to be back by 10, which is 5 Eastern, and show off a few of the. I got a bunch of comics here that I took out in case I needed to show off stuff, and then.
I got mine.
Yeah.
I'll show off tonight, as usual, including a DC comic I bought. Holy cow! I don't think I bought a Marvel and DC comic.
Was it promotional?
No, it was a gimmick. It's
This would be interesting.
It's really nicely done too. I think it's Nighthawk 87. Each page is a double page spread with like multiple figures moving through the page. So it's just that's kind of its gimmick in storytelling, and it really well. I think someone on Twitter posted it, and it just kind of caught my eye, and I looked at it at the shop and went, "All right, I'll pay $4 for this."
Nobody has the patience to pay $4 or $5 for a Marvel or DC comic.
Well,
Charging now.
right next to it was the version I would have rather had, which was the cardstock cover version. Well, that's a $5. I'm like, no, I'm not paying an extra dollar for it.
I'll park my own car. Thank you very much. That valet parking nonsense.
I much prefer a cover stock, but not for an extra dollar.
That's big money back then, man. I mean, heck, a graphic novel back then was what, $12 or something? I think it was. So
No, that's right now. That's this week.
oh,
Not back
from this
then.
week. Oh, I was gonna
This
say.
week.
I thought you said 87. I'm like, oh, it came out in 87. I said
No,
it in
no,
DC
it's
very much.
issue 87.
Gotcha. Oh,
not
gotcha.
1987.
They can keep it. I wouldn't pay
Yeah,
a
in
nickel
case
for
you
what's
don't
coming
know
out
that, what DC does these days is most comics, including Marvel and DC, are what are called self-covered comics, meaning there's no cover stock on them. The interior and the exterior are the same thing.
Yeah, they got that like the magazine or whatever inside, right? So,
Right. What DC now, and they've been doing it for a few years, is they'll sell you a version of whatever regular comic is with a cardstock cover. Only it's $5 instead of $4.
You know, they could just start writing good books that people want, and they would have to go with these little
You know,
these marketing tricks here. You know,
I don't even worry about that. I'm like, because there are obviously people who like these. Just because I don't doesn't mean you know.
oh, there's lots of people I think that do. It keeps them afloat.
Oh yeah,
People gotta collect all the variants.
Well, I'm just saying, it matters so much when you first started reading comics to what comics you like. It's like I always say, you know, whenever someone's complaining about comics, I was like, you know what? All the comics you like, I think are crappy. That doesn't mean they're crappy. That just means
you
I
don't like
think
them.
they're crappy.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what it is. Because I've been hearing people complain about modern comics since I was a kid.
Yeah, but would you pay $30 for this?
Dracula. Which Dracula is that? Is that the one you got at the?
Yeah, it's the one that I showed the other day, with the adapting Bram Stoker. Yeah, but see how thick it is. Yeah, but you know, the guy just came back with the Frankenstein adaptation in France. Just came out. So he's doing. Hopefully, he'll do more of those Victorian age adaptations.
Tell him to do the Great Gatsby.
It'll
I've
probably,
got a Great Gatsby kick all this year. And
yeah,
since-
but with the Portuguese artist, we'll probably get the Great Gatsby published here because we
Yeah,
can
and so you're
we can
right,
actually
right.
do a signing with him.
Right, and since it's since the Great Gatsby entered the public domain in the U.S. this year, there's been 2 new Great Gatsby graphic novels, with a third being done right now.
Yeah, we have 2 or 3 versions of 1984 on the market right now.
Got the book upstairs. Conan should be up in about a year, right? I think in public domain, so that could be
I
interesting.
don't know. The
Conan's
US,
in, the Conan's in the public domain in Europe.
because 1921, I think, or was it? No, this year, 1924 entered the public domain this year. So I don't. When was the first Conan?
I gotta look that up now.
1932.
30. Yeah, I know,
so
that's like 30.
it'll be a while. And it's what's weird too about it, and it's only the text that's in the public domain.
Yeah. The brand isn't.
Right.
I mean, nobody can stop you from publishing books titled Conan because Conan is in Europe, because Conan is one of the characters. Just as you can't trademark the Three Musketeers, right? Because you have to you're entitled to put out the original print text of the Three Musketeers, and so you need to market it as it is. The work has the right to be properly identified, just as the original creator has the right to be properly identified. So you can't say put it out inside. There's an Alexander Dumas book here, and we can tell you what it is.
So the those French Conan comics that they're publishing here in the U.S. under the Sumerian title, under your copyright law, would legally be allowed to be called Conan.
Yeah,
because
just
you
as
have to be able to identify it. Okay, that's interesting.
Just as when Tarzan is not in the public domain, the first Tarzan novels are in the public domain in the States, but they're not in Europe. Right. And when they are, that means that Tarzan can be used to market any printing of anything done by Edgar Rice Burroughs, right, even if you're adapting it.
That reminds me, you know what I've been listening to this week too? On the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel.
The depositions.
They've been reading the transcripts from Neil Gaiman's deposition in the Todd McFarlane lawsuit, and it's fascinating. It's really fascinating.
Yeah. And now they read the Jim Shooter deposition in the Michael Fleischer versus Fantagraphics lawsuit.
I saw that one too, but I haven't listened to it at all. Because
I wonder,
they were like, because I didn't realize, they said they didn't realize this either, but depositions are public, but you have to kind of know how to get them. Yeah. And they were like, if anybody wants to do he's like, we want the Kirby family depositions. We want this deposition. He's like, anybody knows how to get those? Let us know. Mm-hmm. So I guess someone knew how to get the Jim Shooter one.
Well, they're public domain if the judge passed the sentence on it, because if they came to an agreement and they have they have an agreement that they can't talk about it, they probably shouldn't be, because the judge didn't rule.
Right.
So no, the public, since the judge is a representative of the public didn't rule on it, so it's not of the public's interest.
Right.
I imagine that's it.
Yeah. But man, listen, have you listened to any of that Neil Gaiman stuff at all?
Yeah.
Some of the lawyerese in that is crazy. It's like,
right. Yeah, exactly. And trying, I imagine there's nothing more boring to try to explain to a person what is a derivative character and what expectations you have of being credited and compensated monetarily for creating a character, and how, and dividing with the artist.
And there's some basic fundamental issues too, that like it's mostly they're reading the transcripts. It's mostly Todd McFarlane's lawyer talking to Neil Gaiman. And at times it doesn't even seem like Todd McFarlane's lawyer knows what rights the creator of a character has. He's just trying to find out from Neil Gaiman. It's like, shouldn't all this be? But it's just all so vague and up in the air, because And the way he even says it, he's like, oh, and these rights that the copyright law gives, and I'm like, and like some of the basic lawyer things were making my lawyer sense tingle, even though I'm not like laws don't give you rights.
Right.
Rights are inherent. And the law spells them out so that people know they can't. So it's weird. It's like, the law doesn't give him rights to stuff. He has them inherently. And that like never seemed, Todd McFarlane's lawyer doesn't seem to understand that.
Yeah.
And it's never really brought up.
Yeah, but there's a bit of industry practice across the professional arts in the United States that nobody has any rights except the guy who invests the money.
Right.
And they all work from that assumption.
Yeah. Right.
Especially because that's what goes on in Hollywood. So Hollywood is the template on how artists are supposed to be treated.
I think my George Petty cards came today. Hold on. I not only got this George Petty book recently, I just ordered off of eBay the early 90s. I think one of the sets of George Petty trading cards. Jeez, this thing is taped all over. Let's see if I can get it open. What kind of crazy? It's a 200 count storage box. Let's see if I can get it open without wrecking it. Oh, I see. There's some opaque tape and some transparent tape. All right, that side came open. And there's a label. Come on, I don't want to wreck this box. It's a storage box. Shouldn't it just open up? Probably, but it doesn't. Here I am trying to outsmart a cardboard box live on public access. Let's see. Do we cut down this side? Or is that side? I'm trying not to cut the box and destroy it.
Looks worse than my CGC opening I did a week or two ago. Open the bottom of the box first. Whoops.
Peanuts. Who uses packing peanuts? These things are getting away. Peanuts are Petty Girl. Oh, hold on, let me see if I can get this out of the sunlight glare. Petty Girl 2. Whoop. It looks like a deck of cards. This is content the kids love. Yeah. Trying to open a box without wrecking it. There we go. There are... Ooh. Too much glare. There are our Petty Girls. Where's a good one?
We need one from B52.
Archives. This is an illustrator who was big in the 30s. Wow, that's a lot of sunlight coming in that window. Oh, well. I tried to show him, but too much glare. I'll have to show him tonight.
Yeah, tonight when it's dark.
Yeah.
When the
Petty Under Moonlight. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think I saw that concert tour actually.
All
Tune in tonight. The 21st Century Archives. That's who put out this set.
Well, I'm gonna have to go do my thing, so I'm stopping this stream. Okay, so it's 1914. Yeah, it's 2:40. Gonna have dinner. Yeah, I'm not gonna start at 5. I'm gonna start at 5:30, and then you can come in whenever you're ready. If you got anything to do later, you can stop by as well as if you want to.
I might swing by. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know what's going on this evening, so I have gifts to wrap for one. I know, but if I am, I'll swing by.
Sure. I'm going to drop the link, the StreamYard link throughout, and anybody who wants to come in is invited. This is the next one. This is the spontaneous comic stream, and the second part will be the planned spontaneous comic stream.
Ciao,
All right.
everybody.
Okay, thank you for staying with me for 4 hours,
Have a
and
good one.
we'll see you later in a few hours. Bye bye.
Bye bye.